Wow. Look, I have a new like, what is it? What do you call these? I got a new scene. I made it like when did I make it? It was like on Monday at like 3 in the morning. Bean! I love you so much, Bean. I miss you so much. Ah. I made this scene last night at like 3 in the morning, like on Monday night at 3 in the morning. Oh my god. But you didn't think I'd be here, did you? No, oh my god. I'm just trying to fix everything because it is this is like that. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. Whatever. But look at I'm sorry, I'm just really excited because I made this scene at like, what is it, 3 in the morning, after telling myself, yeah, I really need to make this scene because I didn't like my last scene, the one I had before this. And I also made variations. Like, look at this, I made variations. I have like this one without like the info if I wanted to like, you know, insert some info here, and then I also have this one that just doesn't even have it, just in case, you know, I just don't want it, I don't know. But yeah, it looks good. Thank you. I'm proud of it. Now I can see like the entire screen and it's not like weird zoomed up. Because before on my FaceTime screen, it would be zoomed up a little bit. And I always thought it looked kind of crunchy and weird. But now it's zoomed out and like, you know, better. New overlay looks nice. Thank you. I'm so happy to have this new overlay. I've been wanting to remake it for a while, but I just didn't know what to do. So I just took the same concept as like the last one and attempted the same thing. But yeah, hopefully it's good. I mean, I like it. I really like it. I'm sorry, I'm going on and on about this overlay. How are you? How are you guys? How are you? How are you, buddies? I know Genshin 1.5 came out last night, and I was like so tired. I played for a little bit, but I only played like 2 seconds. I'm not scouting for 1.5 at all, so no Yanfei. Sadly, no Yangfei. But who? Let me just watch my friends play her, or just test her out every time I want to play her. So it's fine. No Yangfei, but it's fine. I think Yangfei will be the only 4-star I don't have if I really don't scout by the end of this, because my pity is really close. And I just don't want to accidentally get like Zhang as my pity, because I didn't get the pity for the child banner. So that means I'm guaranteed it this next time. So if I get Zhang again, I don't know if I'm going to be like... I mean, weirdly enough, Zhang is the only character that I have a lot of luck with. Like, his artifacts are crazy. If I manage to like scout and accidentally get him as a guaranteed, I'll have C1 Zhang, which is nutty, because having a 5-star at any C, like any constellation, is kind of nutty. Yeah, but I just don't want to mess it up and get Yangfei just to get a Zhang with it, and like I would rather save my pity for 1.6 when I'm pretty sure Kazuha is coming. I want to say Kazuha. He's a famous VTuber. I love him. Him and Kanae. I believe in you. Thank you. Oh my god. Anyways, wah. Our life is beginning. Our life beginnings and always. So I've been really wanting to play this ever since the last time. I was like debating, maybe I should just play the DLCs on my own and wait and just play step 2 next time. But no, I really wanted to. This game is just so much fun. I couldn't stop smiling when I was playing it the first time, just because it's so cute, and Cove is just so sweet. Hey Arthur. Hey. You're so much fun, Lee. I love you, Bean. I'm like blasting the mic. Gibby, how are you? Oh my gosh, I'm glad to see you here. I know you weren't able to come last stream, but it's okay because you're here now. Hee. There you go. I'm just fixing it a little bit. I'm here. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, our life's beginnings and always. Yeah. Oh my god. So summary of like the last stream, like I couldn't stop smiling. Like I really couldn't. It was so cute. Cove is just so cute. Cove is so cute and so sweet. I just can't. He's such a sweet boy, and his dad was so wow. I did not expect that to be his dad, is what I'm saying. Like that was completely unexpected. Told you. Yeah, there's no way I wasn't gonna love him. He's just so sweet and cute. Oh my god. He's really such a nice boy. And we broken arm buddies. We have it both on like the left arm, which is Pog. I don't know what happened yet. He hasn't told us what happened yet. Has he? No, I don't think he has. Well, time to get into it. Yeah, I'm excited. This game is just so cute. I just can't. I just want this game. It's just the cutest. Okay, I just can't. Done. Okay, put this here, I guess. I just need to know if I'm like connected. There you go. I'll just leave it there. Okay, let's open up this game. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Omori OST, by the way, a home for a flower. A home for tulip flowers. Home for flower tulip edition, 1 hour extended. Oh my god, I can't read. Can't speak. There it is. Don't do that. Don't double auto this. Go. Okay. Woo. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, oopsies. Let me just make sure the source is. There you go. There you go. Okay. Wow. Hopefully everything's gonna be okay because it was raining earlier and the thunder was like loud. I don't know. I felt like it was lagging a little bit. I was like, damn. But look at this. I did. Okay, so I did all the. Oh, go. Wait. Menu. I did all the DLCs. I did the step 1 completely. And then I did all the base DLCs. I think that's what you call the game. Like base, right? I heard the game is called base something. But I did all the base DLCs. And I immediately just bought all the rest of the DLCs for step 1, step 2. And I don't know if there's a step 3. I think they released it a couple, like, this month or something like that. But anyways, I got them DLCs too. So I wanted to go through all of these. Oh my god. I heard some people, I can't remember where I heard this from, but some people told me that I should save Runaway for the last one. And so I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna save this one for last. I'm gonna go in order and then Sleepover and then Runaway. So that's gonna be the plan because they just released the DLC for step 3. Oh, okay. Okay. Easy then. Okay, so then I'll just do it like that. Like library, ghost, barbecue, sleepover, Runaway. I'm really interested in the Runaway though. I'm really interested in this one though. That's the one I was most excited for. So I'll do them in like that order. Let's just get into it because I've been wanting to do this for a while. The music in this game is so good. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held... Okay, let me know if it's too loud, because I see you. I see you, game. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie... I didn't care. It was just something you did every year. You didn't question it much. Lizzie didn't like it. Lizzie didn't like when you teased her during the team quiz, but she seemed to like that you were there helping her either way. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad has been over so... I can't read! His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all 4 of you. Oh, so he's driving. You had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. Dude, I can't believe this is his dad. I'm sorry. After hurting the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay inside of the librarian to hear. I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
His voice it gets... though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what he's likely meant only as a joke. Cove's dad seemed to deflate a bit. I know Cove's dad is cute as fuck. Yeah, he is. He's so handsome. I'll swing around again when this... I cannot say that word. Shindigans? Yeah, you can go home now.
Aww.
You don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister's already in full competition mode. Cut him off for once. Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on!
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after when we win. Damn! This is not... Bruh, this is not your dad. Chill. Okay. See you in an hour. I would feel so scared if I talked to like a friend's dad like that. Oh, jeez. See you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced stage is really catching up to me now.
Bye.
He's so cute. Bison. Shiloh! Shiloh's the cutest. I can't, bro. Him in his little hat. I swear, I start crying every time I see him in his little hat. The 4 of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulders at Cove more than once.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? Oh, I forgot to change my name. Oh, I can change my name in step 2. I accidentally put my name as Leo for like the voice thingy, but when I tried to, I typed it as Lee, but then because I clicked it, it messed up, and now my name is Leo. And wow, I'm gonna change it though. I know you can change it in step 2. I said I wanted to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours. Why are you looking at her? Lee's with us. Lee can come if she wants to. Go with Cove! Cove's idea is more fun. I'd rather go exploring. Quiz sounds fun. Nah, I'd rather go exploring.
Seriously?
Cove looks. I mean, I said I didn't care at the in like the car, so why would I want to do it? Oh. Cove looks surprised but happy at the same time. You'd never really thought about exploring the library before. It sounded like more fun than the same old thing. Ugh, fine. Let's go, Shiloh. He's so cute! I can't. Her arms folded. Your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. That's how Lizzie is. Ha ha! I don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. Hide and seek? Not exploring? I thought we were exploring. Let me go look at the manga section. Yep. If I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. Oh, you weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he wasn't totally wrong. The music! Decision made. Cove took off toward the back of the library. You'd agree? You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face, then waited for 10 seconds. I wonder if you can see my mouse. Oh, you can. You can see me trying to read this. You know, when I have to read chapter books, I have to have the card. Do you remember that method where they used to teach you to hold like a card and then slide down every line? That's what I do when I read, because I can't read normally. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Only when it comes to like IRL chapter books. With like manga and stuff, I'm fine. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was next to a Peter Pan poster beside the fairy tale display behind the solar system model. Solar system model. Your library's solar system display was pretty neat. It had all of the planets from the sun on out, and it had its own little section hidden in the science books. But you saw a tiny pair of familiar shoes poking out from under the earth, so you leaned around it. Hey there.
Hey.
Oh. Hey. You turned back to the earth and its tiny moon. From this spot, I think it's supposed to be a solar eclipse. It kind of blocks out the sun. You looked at it, tilting your head. He was right. The thing was something you'd always walked by, but you'd never noticed that. I can't read. But you'd never noticed that before. Hide and seek did seem to be working out for finding interesting things.
Okay.
It's your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palm of his hands, you went to go hide. By the fire awareness station, near the stuffed animals, under the giant piece of fruit, by the outlaw poster fantasy section, tall books. Nah, I'm hiding behind the fruit. No, nobody had any idea why there was a giant peach sitting in the corner. It was something to do with a book about a kid named James, Lizzie had said once, but you'd never read it. The huge sculpture mostly just took up a lot of space, but you could wedge yourself in next to it and hide carefully. Sure enough, it took a little while for Cove to find you. Long enough that you'd gotten tired of sitting hunched up. You won this round and you were ready to come out. Cove smiled when you stepped into the open. He was also glad for the resolution. Good hiding spot. I was about to start looking outside. Thanks, I'm pretty good at this. You grinned back as you brushed the debris off your clothes. Nobody had cleaned back there in a long time.
All right.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. One Mrs. Hippie. Oh, sad. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again. There's still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was in all the old Christmas stuff next to the Kid Detective poster behind the Willy Wonka statues. I think Cove would be behind the Kid Detective poster. You figured he was probably near the poster with the gigantic poster of a smirking Kid Detective. Cove could have hidden in the itty-bitty little reading area next to it. Glancing past the poster itself briefly, your brain registered the words, Junie B. Jones, don't call her Beat Rice, in big, imposing letters. You paused to stare at it for a second, thinking, why would I call her Beat Rice if her name is Junie? Shaking your head to clear away the distraction, you tiptoed in to see who was sitting in the comfy chair. And sure enough, it was Cove. I was right! He was so absorbed in the book he was reading that he hadn't even noticed you yet. I don't think most people read while playing hide and seek. Cove glanced up at you in one rough motion. Oh, hi Lee. I wasn't sure when you'd get here. It took a while. Not that long. It could have been worse. But it could have been better. Aw. Let's keep playing. I can still win. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was gonna say something. Then he glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Oh, sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're Lee, right? You nodded. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him. And the little guy with freckles. So cute, the description of Shiloh. Come on, let's get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Okay. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. Little guy with freckles. Look at him! Jade, look at him! Look at him! He's so cute, bro. I can't. I'm sorry, I go crazy when I see Shiloh. I want to buy him a bunch of presents so bad. He's so cute. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. There you are. Oh, sheesh. She's pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Sorry, that caught me up. Hey, Cove's dad, you need to chill. Hey, gang, I thought you'd been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself, at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
You need to stop. I swear, whenever this man speaks, I just malfunction. Even so, next time you should, Cove. Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just as always, had just snuck off without thinking to say anything. Dilf! You calling Cove's dad a Dilf, bro? Please! You're not wrong, though! I can't right now. Oh. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one in the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit. Still in victory to be mode. Even if something like a race to the ride in the front seat, I want to be with the Dilf. Imagine a robot. Dude, no, you cannot do. No, illegal. Wait, stop. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. We in the car. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and the occasional pout that she still hadn't forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he'd cheer up some as you hopped in the back seat next to him. Ah. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going.
No.
She's so petty. No, it's not. I can't. What's that word? That's a word? Levite? Imagine though you're a whole different person and date Cove's dad. Yes. Dude, if we were like a whole different person. Oh my god. That would be kind of cool. That would be pretty pog, I admit. She's something, another glare at you over her shoulders.
Sure.
Stop, bro. Oh my god. He needs to stop. Oh my god. You please, the dad is so fine. I'm 20. Let's make it happen. Sure. Striving to improve is good too. That makes Lee the winner in your family. That's me.
What?
Lee kept finding me in our game. I lost. We need a rematch. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed the seat that she fought to win so hard. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad. Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead, as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him.
Right.
Cove's dad his voice just kind of makes me malfunction, bro. I can't. Right. The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up the takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mom even gonna let you take pizza for Mr. Holden? We'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all of your moms about this. Thanks, Cove's dad.
Thank you.
He's so cute. He's so cute, Shiloh. I can't, bro. Shiloh is just so cute. I cannot. I will buy him all the presents at the nearest Build-A-Bear. I swear. He's just like, thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you should really have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and we didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into, even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Lee's parents wouldn't want her to run off unexpectedly either, okay, son?
Okay.
That's my boy. Now, enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni. Sounds good. Anything else? And the conversation continued from there, with the debates on what was the best to put on pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other three kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You had a fun day already, but closing it without the promise of a free pizza after all and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. You were glad you decided not to do the quiz this time, and we're already getting curious about how things would play out next year. This game, it's like I can't stop smiling every time I play it. It's so cute. Okay, next one. Ghost or barbecue? I'll just I'll go in order. We'll do ghost. The spooky season. Spooky season, right? The night was incredibly still. You couldn't... I can't read. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how he'd become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought a lot about what your adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up with you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. It's too creepy to ignore. You practically jumped out of bed and crept downstairs to look outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door as you slipped past. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It was exhilarating. I actually don't know what that word means, but it seems cool. Your chest was light, and you couldn't keep the grin off of your face. No one had permitted you to go out. In fact, no one even knew you were out. And yet, here you were. You wonder what else you could do. What other rules were so ingrained that you had never even considered that they could be broken.
Leo.
Oh, that's me, but it's two E's. Oh, he's in a cute little sweater! Oh my god, you're so cute. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. It was strange, yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned up his lips to a smile, almost as if he were amused by the question. Because what? Because I wasn't. Okay then. His tone was irritated now. That wasn't really fair since he hadn't given you a proper answer the first time. Or the second for that matter. Why weren't you sleeping? You weren't even in your house. Tempting as it was to turn his technique back on him, you decided to lead by example and show him what a real answer would look like. There was a strange noise coming from outside. I came to check it out. You heard it too. Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? A little. Me too. I feel better that you're here. Aw, me too. The two of you, the two of you something smiled at that. Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you both felt the same way about things. I literally can't read. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? The unsettling noise that rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the night still. The two of you rapidly looked around trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that it could be anything. It had to be a ghost. There was a regular reason for it. No, it was a ghost. Invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds. It had to be a monster. You were torn between the curiosity of discovering what the noise really was and being scared enough to want to run straight home and hide under the bed covers. When you and Cove locked eyes, it was like speaking without words. Your mutual anxiety hadn't gone away either. Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. You clustered together as you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. I hate that. I hate that. That used to happen a lot when I was trying to sleep and I just look up from the bed because it's all dark and like the shadows of certain things turn into other things. It was the creepiest shit. The noise came again, shrilled and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground through. Bleh. It set your teeth on edge the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. Aww. You stayed frozen to the spot. You took a deep breath to calm yourself. You comforted him. You offered him your hand. You focused ahead. No, you really wanted to be there for him and wanted to show that. Your hand was left up for him to take. Cove's mouth opened wordlessly. There was a pause, but ultimately he accepted the offer. His hand was really sweaty, but it didn't bother you. Because he was scared. You were scared too, but being able to comfort Cove was the most important thing right now. He's gonna cry again, bro. This dude cries every 2 seconds. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together. Your fingers locked around each other even tighter.
So,
where do you want to check? It's probably, since it wasn't my house, probably the hills behind the house. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit only by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every brush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or a towering monster. The noise was just as loud here, and it was in your neighborhood, with just a little indication behind the cause. But you kept going forward, you ran away, you snuck back into your neighborhood quietly. I would keep going. You couldn't stop, but you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out-of-place sight. There was no place sight pinpointing the answer to this mystery. Without visible markers to guide your way, you suppose it was up to you and Cove to deduce the source of the sound. The hill had The hill had many hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You turned up rocks, peered up trees, and rummaged in the thick grass for anything that might bring some closure on this. You stuck close to Cove as you hunted for the source of the noise. When the shrieking noise shook the air, seeing him beside you calmed your racing heart. Seeking to ease your nerves and put aside thoughts of what might be out on this dark, spooky night, you decide to strike up a conversation. Your search for a topic was more fruitful than your search for the noise. Your eyes fell on Cove's cast, and you were instantly inspired. Have you broken any other bones?
No.
Oh. Was that? Come on. It turned out that wasn't much of an engaging topic for him after all. My arm was broken before too. Really? Before you moved here.
Wow.
He's so cute. Wow, we're the same in that way. That put an end to your injury discussion, but Cove's calmer mood elevated the bleak atmosphere, like you hoped it would. Cove cast his eyes out to the darkness, feeling bolder. Does this make you feel strange? We were people who heard weird noises at night and are out looking for what it is. It's like we're the start of a book or a movie and we're the main characters. Yeah. It's a horror story, action story, fantasy, a documentary. No, that's lame. Don't make it a documentary. No, dude, I would be, if this was like a psychological horror story, I would be crying. No, it's a action fantasy. Oh my god, Lee, literally my siblings were talking about how you broke your arm when you were little. Were you guys really? I wanted to, what did they say? What did they say about my broken arm? I still have my broken arm. The scar is still there. It's like gigantic. It's still like crazy gigantic scar. Like, it's not, what do you, scar, yeah, we'll call it scar. I forgot. Oh my god. I'm gonna say a fantasy story. The world they found outside, like their, oh my god, the world they found outside looked like their own, but it wasn't. They had stepped into another dimension without even knowing.
Really?
Yep, it's a dimension where everyone has been cursed to sleep until the monster making the noise is defeated. How are we gonna defeat the monster? We'll find magical swords that can defeat the dreaded beast with one blow. Okay. Yeah. They were saying how they flipped out because you were chill trying to get your dad's attention. That's so funny. I'm sorry. When I think about like when I broke my arm, it's still so fucking funny to me. I'm sorry. That's so funny. Okay. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you had established that it was not coming from the hill. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found on the hill, you had considered your next step. You figured you checked the park too, you figured you checked the beach too, you decided to go back home. No, let's check the park. The private playground was as empty as ever. You could just about hear the mysterious sounds if you were quiet, but it had simmered down to a whisper. Cove was practically shaking when he realized it had progressed far enough to reach there. He swallowed hard, but faced you with a determined face. My dad says, good detective work starts at home. He watches a lot of crime shows, so it might be good to look closely. Okay. The two of you swept through every corridor of the park. No monkey bar swing or tire went unchecked. He was squatting on the ground, squinting at something in his hands. Intrigued, you checked over his shoulder so you could see too. Cove held it in his open palm. Coiled inside was a length of sparky chain, grains of sand embedded in the fine links. Lifting it up, it became apparent how this had to come to be here. You'd seen bracelets and necklaces enough to recognize that the clasp which held it together snapped. It's broken. It's silver. Werewolves hate silver. Other things too. I think if this noise is caused by a monster, we can protect ourselves with it. You'll scare it away with this junk. What if it's not really silver? No, we'll protect ourselves with it if they don't like silver. Oh, he's so cute. Yeah. He flicked the chain as if cracking a tiny whip. I wonder if there's anything else we could use out here. Cole considered this, frowning. I should have grabbed some garlic before I left. His frown evolved into a scowl. It probably wouldn't have worked. Dad doesn't have real garlic. He gets fake garlic? It's little flakes in a jar, not real balls you have to cut up like Mom uses. Flakes might be easier to use. It's still real garlic, just already chopped up. This can't taste as good. Well, we won't eat it anyways. Nah, it's still real garlic, just a little chopped up.
Maybe.
From his begrudging tone, you could tell that he was still firmly on the side of fresh garlic. You had exhausted all the possible places to search in the park. Straightening up, you moved over to your next step. It's gone. What? Then you realized it. The noise, which had grown fainter and less frequent during your search, had died off completely. You and Cove shared puzzled looks, but neither of you had an answer for what caused the mysterious sound or made it go away. A yawn crept up on you. All the excitement had made you forget how late it was. Let's go home. We're not going to find anything now. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noise or the eerie whistle from before. Wow. You could hear every step you and Cove made like a cough in a movie theater. The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. Now to sneak back inside. Do you sneak out a lot? This is the first time, not really. Lots, you were lying. Lots, you were telling the truth. Nah, this is the first time. Yeah, I've never tried to do it until now. Thought so. How'd you know? I hadn't seen you on my window this late before. That was fair, though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this was the first time he had caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
Oh. He was so forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh. You sympathized. You encouraged Cove to see it more positively. You stayed out of it. You didn't know how to react to that. No, I wouldn't know how to react. Not knowing how to respond, you went back to staring at your front door. Alright, I'm going in.
Bye.
Okay, good night. Good night, Cove. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure if I could have done it myself. I wanted to go with you. You beamed at him. You turned the doorknob as slowly as the clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of a lock, then nudged it open. When all that happened was the door opening. Rather than blaring alarms that you feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same shows as they were watching before you left. Yet you were positive you'd only been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you'd be safe from suspicion, but how could you get there? You tried to sneak past. You decided to walk into your house nonchalantly. You couldn't. You had to give up and come clean. Nah, I'm gonna try sneaking. You hugged the wall as you creeped delicately around the perimeter of the room. There was a valiant effort that any spy would have been proud of, right up until the moment where you tripped over a power cord and nearly fell on the floor. Lee? You might not have fallen, but your accident ruined your cover. You had been spotted. They abandoned the couch on their show to hurry over. They were still in the state of surprise. You weren't in trouble. Hey, just want to check on my bestie. Oh my god. Dude, people Everybody called each other besties. It's so funny. How are you doing? I'm playing visual novel. Pretty swaggy. Oh my god. What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? Yeah, a bad dream. Bad dream. Such a bad dream. You couldn't bring yourself to own up to what you had done. I heard scary noises, so I came down here. Their surprise gave way too concern.
Sweetie.
They have such nice voices. Mom took you by the hand and led you upstairs. Wolf, is your hand cold? Why didn't you come over to us? Was supposed to be in bed. Lee, you won't ever be in trouble for coming to us when you're frightened. We'd much rather you came to us than try solving things all by yourself. Aw, her phrasing made you feel bad. The nervousness ate at you as you were tucked into bed. Your mom's assumed that you're flushing and I can't read. Oh my god. Under the covers was part of your fear, and spoke to you softly until you calmed down enough to peep out from under your sheets. Once your mom had left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. It was harder to believe that you'd gotten away with it. Even now, you half expected to be caught somehow. Perhaps you'd left the door ajar or trailed sand where they already swept up. You hoped that Cove had gotten home okay, though he hadn't been worried. Being told off was never fun. Wriggling down deep underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned into the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you solved it, maybe you wouldn't, but what matters was that you shared an experience with each other. You were still so energized by the night's excitement that you tossed and turned in bed for some time, thinking up theories to share with Cove when you next saw him. Sleep eventually claimed you, but the adventure merely resumed in your dreams. Wow. The next morning proceeded mostly like usual, though your mom seemed to be giving extra consideration since finding you last night. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble for the night escapade either. It was just unclear whether that was because his dad chose not to punish him or if Cove got away with it. It was amazing to you that it all worked out for the both of you. As for the sounds that started this, the adults around were convinced it was nothing more than wind. For your imaginative mind, that was not nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when you were growing up too. Ah! That was a fun one. I wonder what would happen if I like told them the truth. I was like, yo, me and Bestie went out hunting for like ghosties. That would have like gone crazy. Here's a digital chocolate. Oh, thank you. I want a Hershey's now. Man. Well, okay. We'll do barbecue, sleepover, runaway. Because I was told to leave Runaway for last. Okay, barbecue. You'd been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today, it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. Your family and Cove's were just two of the many. What seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mom, Lizzie bounced on the balls by her feet, barely containing her excitement. Ah! Let me clean my glasses. Man, I want to get like a Hershey's or something now. But I have no Hershey's. That's so lame. The song is such a nice. This soundtrack, I like it. I feel it's very nice. But with my BF, oh geez, I want to do the Pocky challenge with my BF, but I'm a little scared to ask. Should I? I mean, as long as it's mutual. Don't do it if you're uncomfortable with it. I do not know how to answer that truthfully, but as long as you're both comfortable with it, you know, consent's important. The crowd made you nervous. You couldn't wait for the fireworks. You looked forward to the meeting more kids. You'd rather have stayed home. Your tummy was already rumbling for the food to come. Even if it was bigger, this park wasn't as special as the one back home. What would I want food. It was gonna be so good. Mommy had told you that people running the community. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return. Which is why you... can't read. Which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautiful iced cupcakes she carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she clutched the box tightly enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around the cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie.
Oh, she's so cute. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I can't. Everyone else said. Should be cove. Did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated his attempt caring for his sons rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile.
Good kid.
I don't want you getting burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
Well,
Oh shoot, don't you think there's gonna be any risk of that second part? Look at all the parents. Oh no, my face is covering Mr. Holden. That's so lame. Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of foods and drinks. She was right, there's plenty to go around. The parents headed over, with you, Liz, and Cove trailing after them. There's no Shiloh? Lame. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there, chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar, chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there was a lot you didn't recognize. Your moms had said that you weren't to touch food unless they said it was time to eat. You didn't see the harm taking just a little. You want to listen to the rules, you didn't want to risk getting caught. No, I wouldn't want to risk getting caught. It'd be bad if you got in trouble before the event has even started. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since the topic's at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yep. That'd be great. This is so cute. Along with the ones out, there was a gigantic ice cooler on the ground, stuffed with full of cans of soda, boxes of juice and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was... Nah, just water. Water went down so easily, quenching a thirst you hadn't noticed. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips. Phantoming? The enjoyment? What is that? That hit the spot, but you can... Why did I do that? But you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound direct at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids like a general directing their I can't say the word. She pointed the way.
Come on!
Let's go over there. Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked past the parents and the other adults and the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately, he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. You snuck with your parents. You wanted to play with the other kids too. Nah, I would go with them. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pedaled away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far out in the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Lizzie. That's my sister Lee. The one with the cast is Cove. Hi. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove. There was one tiny little thing in his arm folded over his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. The second kid piped up. Lisa had half her face obstructed behind the huge glasses she wore. We haven't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder, following her gaze. You saw the spray of water first, and heard the shriek as someone got splashed in the face before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't much said, patted his shoulders. Oh, goodbye, cosplay corner. I'm sorry I didn't see those. Wow. But I hope you enjoyed your time. So that's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes as her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand. Too late. When her trigger had already been pressed. Rude. Hey. Lizzie, who had been caught first, was fuming, Cove wiping the water from his face. You rubbed at your ear trying to dislodge the water that had pooled there. You spray. Don't spray people. You laughed. Watch out, he has a cast. You pushed her away. I would laugh. It was pretty funny. You were unhurt by the water trickling down your neck. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl not meaning anything by it didn't change by the fact she had been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah. Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest, or lack of it, in the game. Let's do it. Doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Okay, you nodded. No thanks. You shook your head. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Okay, why not? Let's do it. You joined the group of kids and tearing off after the girl with the pistol, shooting you all over her shoulders. She laughed as she shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple of drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord with your team as someone stood on your foot. You collided with Cove's shoulder. Sorry! Cove shot at you a smile that gave you a feeling of camaraderie. It's okay. You were closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with intent, and the two older kids were hot on her heels too. You outran them easily, outran them with effort. You weren't as fast as them because they were speedy. You weren't as fast as them because you weren't as fast. You moved to the slide to let them pass. You didn't want to win this race. You weren't as fast as them because you weren't fast. Nah, I wasn't fast because they were speedy. You pushed yourself, willing your legs to move just that bit faster. You were close, not close enough. Lisa lunged and tackled her friend to the ground. Got her! Panting, she punched the air in triumph, then pushed her glasses back up at the bridge of her nose. The girl who had been caught giggled as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop by your side. Lizzie whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah. I'll do it. You won't get away from me. Whoa. Oh, now we're playing tag. Okay. With that, you all disperse, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by the light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up your nose. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you'd lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. I'm hungry now. I want meat. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing. Yep. Bye. Hello. 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 It's me. Gabby. Hi, Gabby. Oh, oops. Hey. Oh, man. I assume you have a Capri Sun. I have Starbucks again. Yep, bye. I just got Jonghyun today and I'm grinding to level him up and pamper him. Like I pamper my got both my husbands. Let's go! I spoke about like the Genshin update earlier, but I don't want to risk getting I want Yangfei, but I don't want to risk accidentally getting Jonghyun for my pity because I lost the 50-50 pity last time. I'm in this game. What? But Deluca's the only one I want right now. Deluca and Albedo. I threw a 50 at Albedo and he said nah. Still pissed about that. Ugh. Bye. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents at Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unflurried in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Remember me? Bruh. Woof. That's quite a cough. Are you alright, sweetie? Yes, I am. You sure? No one needs to go up to the grills if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There's no response from the other two kids here. I can get it myself. I can do it. You marched over the grills. Can you get it for me? Would you please get it for me? You hung your head, moving no closer to the grills. Nah, I'm doing it. I can do it. I'm marching over the grills. Hold your horses. Let the rest of you Let the rest of us come with you. I was in your first set of an stream. I do remember your name roughly. Someone requires my existence, so I'll be going. But yes, I'll never forget my Capri Sun. Also, I can't forget my fun facts, but I don't have any right now. Well, I'm glad you stopped by, Gammy. Hold your horses. Let the rest of us come with you. The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you like on it. There's different meats and veggies. As you approach, you found the vast array of bits and pieces ready to be skewered and served up. You chose shrimp. Shrimp? Oh, I can choose multiple things. Oh, shit. Shrimp, potatoes, beef, chicken, pork, onions, pepper, zucchini, and that's everything. Would you like the kitchen sink too?
Josh.
It's great you like so many foods. The veggies will make you extra healthy and strong. Order given. You waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Oh my god, every time I hear peppers, I'm gonna think of like Angels of Death. What's his name? Oh my god, I forgot it. Eddie or so? Not Eddie. Oh my god, I forgot his name. The guy's like, I love your peppers. It's so creepy. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having? Why? Why does it matter? I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except onions. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess. But chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. This is a stupid argument. Chicken is the best choice. Chicken's the worst. All the chicken in the world? Why do you gotta do that, bro? I swear. What? Dun, 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 dun. Easy dubs. I want some of the chicken too. All the chicken in the world? Chicken's the worst. This is a stupid argument. Chicken's the best choice. I want some chicken too. I mean, I asked for chicken. Oh yeah, I can let you have some still. You're welcome. Lizzie peered over to the grills where all the kebabs were handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. He's pissed. I didn't make the wrong choice. There isn't a wrong choice. We all make good choices. Same to you, Lizzie. You sighed. Sigh. She simply stuck her tongue out in retort. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab. Then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Hoden. We've got the goods! Cove's daddy is looking for a place where we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. Those are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Wow. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand. You wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mom chuckled at her tone. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price for free. But we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, chuckling her kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been set out to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He had beckoned your group over to join them. You clambered onto the beach, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
He's so sweet. This looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a space out here. Everyone tucked their food. You gobbled it up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Running around with the other kids had helped you work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you do? Well, I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. Oh, I forgot Lizzie loves golf. She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke or Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I got dedication. You need a good drive or 2 to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. A drive is a type of golf shot. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated.
Oh, nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have any time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something you really do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving. Though with the business, that's more of work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. Wow, those are things Cove's like. Wow, it's good you live by the beach, you stay quiet. Those are things Cove likes, right? Mr. Holden exaggerated, oh my god, puffed out his chest. What can I say? My boy got good taste. He takes after his dad in that way. The sun had been setting when you'd got your food, but by the time you finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself. What was made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy headed up her water bottle. Oh yeah, now that the food is gone, you've got to wash your hands.
Okay.
Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over, cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers, and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here, Mom passed a paper towel from her purse, and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, Lee. You readily held out your hands to catch the water. Begrudgingly, you lifted your hands up. You didn't move. You didn't need to. I don't need to. I'm lifting. Okay. Mom splashed water over them. It was cold, and you would have preferred not doing this. You wiped at them with broad motions, getting the worst of residue from your fingers. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrunched up napkin. It's not that bad. When everyone was cleaned, or as cleaned as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up. Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time, we have to get a good spot. Everybody's gonna be taken. How about I go ahead and save some space again? We can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing, I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude. Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Lee, do you want to go get the drinks? Okay. You nodded. Okay, I'll get the stuff we needed. No, I want to help pick the spot. I don't want to get the drinks. Nah. Okay, I'll get all the stuff we need. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in the return to the firework cooler where you picked the drinks. Wow. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find it. Lame. Yeah, don't spam. Lamau XD. Dun, dun, dun. Oh shoot, I messed up my thing. Ah! Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Even where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slime pickings. What the? Okay, then the drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful amongst them. Mom rummaged around the cooler, I can't read that. A couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Aha. Wow, Lee, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. You took a juice box for yourself. You only took water bottles. You took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. I'm gonna take a water bottle. No, I'm taking a juice box. Cove hesitated but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra water bottle for two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over onto the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold on tight while I get this.
How are you?
Hey, hon, how's it going? Did you find our perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huhs as Mom gave her directions. Catching her eye, she gestured toward the grassy area. Got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field and the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families. Hello, we're here, and we've come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spire drinks. You gave Lizzie a bottle of water, but she only had eyes for your juice box. Lee and Cove has juice. They helped get the drinks. You got to pick where we sat. Don't be selfish. No, I'm not. Good. You're gonna thank us for bringing your very own water bottle. She's sassy. I love it. Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids are still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing every so often. You nudged Cove and pinpointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a pickle.
I hope it's not drinks. Mom chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the best hour what? Of mystery good keenly. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, her eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
In that case,
Wow, we'll have to wait and see. You were intrigued. Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered nearer, you could make out what he was handing out, small items. To most of the groups he stopped at, they seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that, it remained a mystery. Then the box man made his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out desserts. Any takers? The desserts? Lizzie squealed, hopping off the ground. The man chuckled. That looks delicious! I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu, vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup.
Nice.
None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate! Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry for me too, please. Now you're gonna have to make a decision, chocolate or strawberry. Nah, I'm going strawberry. I'm gonna get strawberry, I'm gonna get chocolate. You pulled on your mom's shirt and whispered that you wanted strawberry. You pulled on your mom's shirt and whispered that you wanted chocolate. You didn't want either. You were lactose intolerant. Nah, I'm gonna get strawberry. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck onto the paper lid. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
thank you.
Kids, are you gonna thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks. Strawberry gang, for real. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group considering how many he had to get to. You peeled back up the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove too. Lizzie munched away happily, but ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes widened, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants. I didn't get oh my god! I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Lizzie cooled with excitement as mom presented her with a dollop of the ice cream and syrup mixture. Laying her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheeks, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I can't resist. Lee, would you like some of mine? She already got that flavor! But it's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. Nah, I'm passing. I got my strawberry. See, Lee knows how it is. Doesn't hurt to ask. Cope watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream. What? Y'all are flirting. Stop flirting in front of the kids. What? The kids have ice cream already and they're getting some of yours to boot and I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm. Laughing, mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough.
There.
All better now. Yes. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one's feeling left out. Mommy was so nice to everyone. You looked over at Cove. He's digging into his ice cream, which bore the same pinkish red twirl as yours. Sharing is nice, but you weren't able to... No, you want some of mine? You held out your spoon to him. Glancing up at you, Cove cocked his head at a curious angle.
Huh?
I already have that one. I want to share anyway. Cove looked around awkwardly, but nodded nonetheless. You took out a bit of ice cream and held your spoon out to him. After another furtive glance, he nibbled at it.
Oh.
I was glancing at the two of you. Her mouth was open with an open smile, as if she was about to say something else. But Mom tugged on her collar. Don't embarrass them. Cove didn't appear to hear the exchange. He took the spoon into his own ice cream, and held it out for you to eat. You accepted the treat. He's sharing. We're sharing. In the end, that kind of made it pointless. You each ate the same strawberry ice. Well, don't mention it. We're sharing. It's okay. You each ate the same strawberry ice cream out of different cups. Your mommy did like to say it was the thought that counted, though. Hey, if you're sharing, I'll take some too. You already have your own. He's so, dude, this dude, he's so fun. You already asked your mom to give you some. He's so sassy with Lizzie. So what? Mommy's gonna let you have a bite. You didn't take it. You didn't have some of mine. You shook your head. None for you. Should I be rude? None for you. Lizzie stuck her tongue out. The both of you had turned her attention back to her own cup of ice cream. Then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hits its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if squealing, Lizzie leaped to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the fireworks crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whistled through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. The event was thrilling. It was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene. The loud noises hurt your ears. You covered them with your hands. It was kind of neat. You shrunk back, hugging your knees to the shut. Nah, event was thrilling. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping in the tandem with every crackle of a firework. Mommy then bent down and offered a hand up too. You got up to join your family, beckoning Cove to join. Nah, we just gonna watch from the ground. The vast array of colors in the sky were hypnotic. As if entranced, you stated rude to the floor, marveling at the wonders flashing above you. Mommy understood why you didn't get off the ground. Instead, she sat down again right by you. The two of you enjoyed the sparkles side by side, while Mom and Lizzie danced together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the sky, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its own spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. You eventually noticed at some point that Mr. Holden had let Cove perch atop his shoulders, or more likely, Cove had been persuaded to give it a try. Still, Cove's face was covered with a wide smile that matched his father's own. You imagine the view from way up there was pretty impressive. It was also nice that they were getting along for once. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky. The twinkling lights represented the full spectrum of the rainbow. As the final glittering embers dissolved into the night, you released a deep breath. The after image was still burned into your retinas, leaping up behind your eyelids with every blink. With every minute, the image had been lost, but it was still burned deeper in your mind. You'd been so focused on the show that your foot had gone numb beneath you, and it was only when you attempted to stand that you felt the tingling sensation of your blood rushing back to your toes. Cove was on the ground again. You flashed him a grin which he immediately matched. Getting to share the experience with a friend made a fun night even better. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your family with the spirits. Dude, why does this... I swear. Visual novels use big words and I just can't do it. By the firework display. Then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own, quieted away and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. Ah! That was cute. That was cute. The moms were like flirting right in front of us. I was like, damn, bruh. But, oh. I swear. This is so cute. It's so cute. The mom's just flirting right there. Okay. They said, okay. We're getting closer. They said to leave Runaway for last. So I'll go Sleepover and then Runaway. Because I heard this one's... You should leave it for last. So let's do Sleepover and then Runaway. Sleepovers.
Okay.
Alright, kids. We're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time as if it heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She walked around the wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots into the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. She casts a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one to the table's a rotten egg. I haven't, but it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You try to catch up to her. You stayed sitting. You yelled out at her. You threw a cushion at her. I'm throwing a cushion at her. Can I throw it? Boosh. Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you threw it towards her. Wah-bah. It hit her in the back of the legs, but it was too soft to do anything of real consequence, as she merely brushed the attack off with a scowl. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping her hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. Because you cheated. Okay, you won. You didn't bother trying to talk to her about it. Because you were racing by yourself. No, I told you we were both racing. You're just slow. I wasn't racing, and you know it. That sounds something like a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during his little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with a cast resting on his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still there so late. Still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your moms and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised you were you weren't surprised. You were the one who asked your moms about it. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. There was so much to do. It had made you quite nervous. No, I'm excited. You had considered all the games you could play and all this other stuff you could do with Cove for days. You even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and an extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her, not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on.
Oh my god, well, did I win or what? No.
No.
No. What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault. It's Lisa's show. Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win.
You always pick her side.
Oh, that... Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick her and she picks me. You're a couple of rotten eggs then. Okay, that's enough. Nobody here is the loser or rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. I was... Farm fresh? I've never heard that. What? Now listen to your mom. Come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew raspberry at you when her mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food. They took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you and another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side where your moms were sitting. You can sit next to me, because we're besties. Cove's gaze met your golden eyes. They kept the golden eyes? I chose my eyes as yellow, because yellow's my favorite color. That's so... Wait. Is that, like, planned, or is that, like... that's cool. He smiled briefly, and he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it's okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Digging kids, I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all of the veggies.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands, clamped on top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eyes, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want some? No, not really, sorry. But then your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Did you not like any of the food, honey?
Well,
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Dude, oh my god. Lizzie, please be quiet. Don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating. Then she spoke again. He should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happened if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
Oh, shoot.
That was really genuine. I don't know why. I knew I should have asked your dad what favorite foods were. It's alright, Lenny. Maybe he'll find a new favorite food today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. You let your moms handle this. I think you would like pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. You should try something new. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. He ultimately trusted your judgment. At your suggestion, Cove carefully spooned the rice chicken onto the plate. You saw that he took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the vegetables. You nodded pleased, and your moms let it slide. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. I always get, man, he's just so rude with her. It's so funny. He speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mom grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Oh, shit. We're not friends.
Oh.
Oh. Mommy floundered at the face of Cove's blunt response. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. Bruh. I swear, Cove. Dude, he's so honest. I respect that. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time. They're so blunt. No, he's like so blunt. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time. Though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. You hope Cove thought of you as a friend. The two of you were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. That still made you nervous about your own relationship with him. At least the two of you were definitely friends. No, we're definitely friends. Right? You never asked before, but that's what it felt like to you. When Cove gave a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel a little better, even though you were still unsure. Your mommy looked at your mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. They're just different perspectives. It's not nice to say to anyone, but Pam? Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyways. They're not friends. He said so. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try. And sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. Lucy, but Mom. No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. But for now, you don't get to stay up so late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her own breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at your mom's phrase and you groaned about it as well. You stayed quiet and finished your meal. Laughed. You couldn't contain your snorts. Something the matter, Lee? Mom said no buts. Bruh! Why are you laughing? Why am I laughing? It's so stupid. I swear. Lizzie scoffed and rolled her eyes, unimpressed at such crude words. Mommy snickered along with you. However, that's right. No butts allowed here, but you'll have to get rid of yours. No, I need it. The two of you continued to chuckle, and even Cove cracked a smile. Children. I'm surrounded by children. The rest of dinner passed uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the tables were cleared. The games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brows as Mommy poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, blankets hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He already wiggled inside. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mommy's question.
Good night.
Perfect. I'll go say it's a good night to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
They're so sweet! She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you and then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before you fall asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high and shakes his head like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here. How fun, though. I think you're kind of right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Lee's other mom. But I'm the nicer one, just don't tell her that. She laughed good naturally. What? And stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so exciting to have Cove spending the night. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop wondering what he really thought of you. No, I'm gonna ask him. Cove? Yeah? Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a few moments, and you wondered if you startled him with a question. The longer the silence stretched out, the more uneasy you felt about his impending answer. Do you think we're friends? You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way Cove had asked it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before. And now more than ever, you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. We're besties! We're besties! You heard Cove shuffle around in his sleeping bag, and you looked up at the silver of lights cast upon your ceiling as you waited for him to say something. Well, there isn't somebody else it could be. So I guess we are best friends. Let's go. You chuckled. The answer is just like him. Only 'cause there isn't anyone else? No. You giggled once more. And then you let your eyes drift closed, pleased that it was settled. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction in the dark. You could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? We're just annoying him. What's wrong? What was that? Could you be less loud? Could you be quieter? Please stop that. No, what's wrong? Can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low level light so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. That was one your mom said read to you. It was special. Be careful, that's mine. I thought you were looking for your glasses. What are you doing with it? No, what are you doing? Cove shrugged, squinting at the newly found cover in the dark. I just thought it was cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squirrel who wants to become a knight and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but I love the main character because the squirrel's really brave and funny. It has cool pictures. Some of them even take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me. She uses different voices for each character. There's a dragon. No, I like the main character. But they're stuck working for this knight who's rude to them. No one believes they can be a knight, but that doesn't stop the squirrely. So they go on an adventure to show the knight they're worthy. Cove looked excitedly by your words. He flipped the book over and focused the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You're reminded of the hours you spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you're still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely time where you were supposed to be asleep, but you couldn't keep staying up. No, you want to read the book with Cove. Let's read the book with Cove. Wow, my sleeve's twirling. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. Oh, come on, check it out. Bring the book too. After a minute, the beds dipped as Cove got in. Then the blanket shifted. I can barely see. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Oh, geez, with a click of small space folded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. You tilted the flashlight so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read it and my moms won't know. I never tried something like this before. I do this all the time. When mom or mommy checked on me and I have to hide everything under the blanket. But I haven't been caught before. Do you want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. He placed the book between you and flipped open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the warm flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages. I'm gonna read the book properly, narrated. You loved it when mommy read to you. Why not read as loud as you dared this time of night? You didn't even need to study the pages for long. There was once a squirrel who dreamed of a knighthood. All they wanted was to be good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, which was a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon, you got to an exciting part, the squirrel and the dragon's first meeting. The squirrel walked up to the fearsome dragon, I can't read, the borrowed sword in one hand and the torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, it's my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay, it's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually, he nodded to himself and spoke them aloud. Who goes there, roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? Oh, this is cute! He's so cute! It was your turn. You went to the squirrel's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell onto the field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to drop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinkling as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze. Then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove, that you? Yeah. You shifted and felt something cylinderly. Why do they use these words? Pressed against your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed onto your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? I can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You'd help your moms redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that bad. I just always sleep in my bed, in my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. You wonder how long it took for Cove's bedroom and his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was gonna walk outside, back to his house, this time of night, all by himself. He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in. I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. I'll come with you if you gotta go. Why? I can get there myself, and you'd have to go all the way back here from my house. Well, I think I should come anyway. I gotta make sure nothing happens to you. I wanted to say that. I gotta make sure nothing happens to you. It's late at night. These guys are like 8 years old. How old are we? Like 9? Cove looked at you quietly, as if contemplating something before nodding his head.
Okay.
With that, Cove casually crouched down to collect his pajama pants. You were relieved he didn't mind you coming along. Are you getting the rest of your stuff too, like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it all. No, just this. You'd understand that. He didn't really need anything right now and could always pick up his things tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon Cove joined you. The two of you crept out into the hallways as silently as you could. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problems making it to the front door. Everybody was in their room, so the rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here, some of your other neighbors had lights coming through the windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on. You pointed it in the direction you were walking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that got all the way up the street from the beach. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they locked it or checked in on you both, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Surprisingly, it was Cove who broke the deep silence. This was my first sleepover. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times too, and other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything while we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. You lit the path ahead. The two of you kept walking side by side, your shadows stretching across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you arrived at Cove's house. Cove's house loomed above you. The window's dark. Mr. Horton must be sleeping just like everyone else in your own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door? Yeah, he wakes up really easily. As if to demonstrate, he rang the doorbell. A couple minutes passed, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. Then the front door unlocked, and a crack opened. Out came his dad. What? Stop. Unexpected! Unexpected! Save! Where's the save? Save it right there. Thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Honan wasn't wearing all his clothes. His hair wasn't up in a ponytail and like normal either. Unexpected. You felt a little bad to disturb him when he definitely had not been expecting anybody. His eyes had narrowed into tire slits that opened wide when he saw you and Cove. Kids, what in the world are you doing? Everything okay? I couldn't sleep. Cove said my room is weird. Hoden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Right. Well, that's a shame. What's done is done. Come inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint. Thank you for dropping your mom, Lee. Thank you for dropping him off, Lee. I think you'll have to be a part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with what to do next time. Next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself. He moved to step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right there, and I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden remained where he was, brows furrowed and placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade. Then I'll stay right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts. We'll close our door once we made it back inside. You nodded your head at the compromise. Have a good night. Take care. Mr. Holden waved you off. As you turned, your eyes met Cove, still standing beside his dad. His lips turned up at the corners. He spoke in almost whisper.
Bye.
Bye, Lee. Thanks for coming. A flashlight clutched in your hand as you jogged back over to your home. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once we got to your front door, you glanced to see the two. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, no. I thought that was the moms. Oh, this scared me. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. Faintly, you saw Cove wave back. You quietly closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. Then you tiptoed to your bedroom. The flashlight was returned to its drawer in its rightful place. Although Cove had to go back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope next time he'd be able to stay the whole night, whenever next time came along. The next morning, you were awoken by the sounds of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulders. Lee, wake up, it's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains. You rubbed your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Cove's already out of bed. What? You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what had happened during the night. But I didn't see him out there. I wonder what he's gone off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her.
Everything okay?
Oh, Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird.
What?
What? Where's Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? Mom was looking at you expectantly as you started to explain what had happened. You were interrupted by Mom and calling from downstairs, saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. Oh no, is he mad because they weren't paying attention or something? Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs, taking a peek around the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing outside, a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone and you wondered if Cove was alright. I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night. He wasn't alone. He rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your moms exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks, Mommy gasping and covering her mouth with a hand. The two of them looked your way. You quickly ducked back behind a wall. The boy and I made sure Lee got back safe, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be having a talk with Leah about this for sure. Mr. Holden put his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if saying it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just want to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. They discussed the event for a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more. And when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard your mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There was a growing sense of dread in your stomach that you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, though you were relieved to see they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very worried. Very worried.
That's ridiculous.
What? Hey, yo, what were you thinking, Lee? Why did you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? You tugged at the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure you were just trying to help, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen as your parents explained how dangerous it had been for you and Cove to wander over to his house on your own. Personally, you didn't think it was that bad, since Cove only lived across the road, but you didn't tell your moms that. You're already in enough trouble as it was, so when they asked you to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers until you could prove to your moms that you were responsible enough. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry that you had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad. Mr. Holden felt the negative experience was enough already, and Cove didn't need additional punishments. Blech. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience according to the adults. You could accept that. There were definitely things you learned from it. And hopefully one day you and Cove would finally be able to have a successful sleepover. Ah! Why did we... that was good. Ah! I don't know. We got in trouble, right? I think that's the first time we properly got in, like, trouble. Because we got passes last time. But we got in trouble this time. Like, we got in trouble. Okay. That was cute, though. I was wondering... So I wasn't able to get, like, little pictures for all three of these. That's so lame. Lame. But it's fine. We got a picture for this sleepover. Okay, Runaway, I was told to leave for last, and I'm really excited because this is the one I was looking forward to anyway. So, it was early, and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. Oh. Why, as you walked the familiar street wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, Cove. Can you come to the playground with me? Nope. Sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had been even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Lee. What? Where? He shifted, and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things into his pocket from what you've seen, but people can sometimes carry bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just want to let you know. Cove didn't glance up to meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. I don't get... Where are you going? Oh, can I go to... I'll come with you. What? I want to say like can I go too? I'll come with you, but at the same time I'm like, where are you going? He didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'll come back though sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned his heels and started to walk away. Wait! No, wait! He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, then you realized you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing in the park. Suddenly it didn't seem fun anymore, not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. What? Ah! You went to play at the park? You stayed there? Let's stay in here. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move your spot. You continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize he was just going up the street. You're positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park or the beach or the store street on his house or anything. He was new. He might not know what you did. You jogged down the street to catch up to him. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eye and frowned. Go away. I just want to say you're going the wrong way. There aren't any places that way you're going. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. But why do you have to walk that way? Cove let out a deep sigh. You get the feeling he was starting to get mad at you. I told you, I'm leaving. I'm gonna be gone for a while. I want to go with you. You stopped pushing and let him go. No, I'm coming with you. You can't. Why not? Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot starting to grow in your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so he won't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anybody about this, okay? Oops, I bonked it. Bonked the mic. You can pretend you never saw me. Okay, bye. I won't tell anyone you bruh, I still want to go. I don't care if I get in trouble. I still want to go. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's hard expression wavered. You could tell that he hadn't expected you to say that.
Really?
You don't think it's a bad idea or something? It's like we're going on an adventure. It's not a big deal, right? We're gonna have fun. I don't know, but you're doing it anyways. I should go too. It might be a bad idea, but... Nah, we going on an adventure. An adventure? Cove's lips curved into a smile.
Okay.
Okay, you can come too. You grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily. You thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. You turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk, and so did Cove when he saw. You pointed over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go to my house first. I can get my backpack. We can't, sorry. If you're gonna be away, I better take some stuff. It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. Your moms could think it's weird we'd have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyway. He mentioned to his backpack, patting it with his hand. The front bulged out slightly. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry. I packed snacks. It'll be alright. You're taken aback. There was gonna be food to eat? He thought of everything. Cool. Cool. Let's get going. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in much better spirits than when you first ran into him. You were glad. He wasn't always this upbeat. This was fine though. Otherwise he wouldn't be Cove. But you liked seeing him smile. Cove took the first step and you mirrored him. Both of you ran up the street. You were off to places unknown. The upbeat music. It's concerning, but it's okay. We're on an adventure. Who cares? You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on the concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you knew might realize what you were up to. Because of how cautious you were, the two of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying the summer. It was as if you were spies or superheroes with secret identities to protect on the run from bad guys. As exciting as it was, you were still glad you got the opportunity to take a proper break. Oh geez, we're far! Cove waved at you to stop once you got out of the residential district. The house disappeared. Broad storefronts taking their place. You were all the way into the business part of town. This was the first time you'd come here on foot. Before, one of your moms had always drove you to this place in the car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped his sweat off his forehead. You braced your hands on your knees, breathing hard. You looked over at the road ahead. We're so far. Is it gonna cry? A strange expression flickered across Cove's face at your words. Before he nodded, you spoke again, still huffing. My mom's bringing me and Lizzie here for shopping. Yeah, I've never been here before, not without Dad. He looked pleased to say that. We're doing good. It's not even nighttime. You're starting to get nervous? You're good too. Nah, we vibing. You didn't even think Lizzie had been this far by herself. I am so pog. You were here with Cove, so you weren't alone. But still, this is great. Cove slid his backpack off, unzipped it, and you watched curiously as he stuffed a hand in, searched for something. To your delight, he pulled out two juice boxes and offered you one. Here. Thank you! I was getting thirsty. The two of you took a moment to unwrap the straws and poke them into the special circle part of the box. The juice was warm, but still good. You sighed contentedly after your first sip. Your throat was beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since this all started. As you took another sip from your juice, your gaze drifted to Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? There's still a few juice boxes left. He peered inside and began to list off the items as he spot them. I got some snacks from the kitchen too. Chips, muffins, bananas, candy. There was already a lot, but he kept more. I also took a couple clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit from my dad's bathroom, and a blanket. Oh, and some money Dad gave me a while ago that I haven't spent yet. Your mouth made a smile, halfway through his lengthy list. You brought a lot of stuff. I wouldn't have thought to grab a flashlight or a first aid kit. Told you, I was going away. You didn't know what to say to that. The little small Cove had been wearing earlier was gone now. Gone by now. Like it had never been there in the first place. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He started walking without a single glance over to you, though he did still take small, unhappy sips of his juice. From some time, the two of you went forward in complete silence. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove seemed to become. He hadn't looked at you or said anything in a while. He had just taken your empty juice box from you and stowed it away in his bag. That was it. You knew there had to be more to all of this. For him, it wasn't fun. It wasn't a fun adventure. It never was. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky, dripping lower and lower. The street lamps came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. Tried convincing him to go back. He kept walking. I don't know what I would do in this situation. I think I would just keep going. Even if it was late, you weren't ready to turn back, and neither was Cove. The two of you continued to trudge past the storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or even if you wanted to. People had said this was a really tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onwards was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Cove's possible destination soon became certainty. There was only one way out of town after all. Oh geez, we're so far! Your feet hurt. You were tired. The two of you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever. It was a very rare occasion that you'd see the sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove. You had made it here just before nightfall, but now what? Outside of town, there was nothing. How would he get to where you wanted to go? However, Cove didn't falter. He kept walking. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. It was a relief. He took off his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. You lowered yourself beside the boy as he zipped his bag open and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What snack do you want? You were almost taken aback by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks he listed off earlier. I want a banana. He pulled out a banana for you and a muffin for him. After passing you your food, he took a big bite out of the top of his muffin. You peered over at your friend. He stared at the path still ahead with some solemn expression. You turned away. Jesus! Maybe I should have convinced him to go back. The sun had set some time after both of you finished eating. Now it was dark apart from the faint moonlight. You watched as Cove grab a flashlight from his bag. What are you gonna do? We're gonna sleep out here?
I guess.
He was speaking defensively again. Cove flicked the flashlight on. A beam of light cut through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees to your chest, wrapping your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt like it. Is it okay if I ask something? Cove's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why do you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cove was quiet. Oh, geez. Song change. Shit. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. Mom called today to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either, not right now. She has to move somewhere else first. Cove glanced around at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
Don't cry. Why can't I even see her anymore? He used his uncast arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go by myself. I don't need anyone to take me. How are you gonna get to your mom's place? This is such a bad idea. This is all too much. He started to cry. Do you know the directions to your old house? You're being selfish. I'm crying, bruh. Cove's eyebrows shot up as though he hadn't expected you to have this kind of reaction to what was happening. Don't be scared of what's wrong. You didn't give him any answer. When the surprise wore off, he tried to softly coax a reply out of you. Are you okay? I want to go home. I don't want you to go. You shouldn't do stuff like this. No, I don't want you to go. His lips clamped together as he awkwardly held his hands up front of him, as though he wanted to do something but wasn't sure of what. Sorry. I did want to leave forever. It's just... Then he shook his head like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she's... he's like full out bull crying. What do I... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but then slipped down his cheek. You frowned at the sight. No matter what, you hate to see him cry. What'll happen? Mom doesn't call much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about— No! She won't do that! How do you know? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that. So it must be true for Cove's mom, too. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. You were at a standstill. Oh, shit. Everything will be okay if we go home. We can't stay here forever, and we can't go out. We gotta go back. Then we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. Everything will be okay if we just go home. We can't stay here forever, and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. I'm kind of going between these two options. Everything will be okay if we go home. We can't stay here forever, and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. Everything will be okay if we just go home. Cove's brow frowned, a scowling appearing on his lip. Nothing's gonna be okay. Bruh, he turned away from you. You stared at his backpack. You couldn't just stop. Please, Cove. After a few minutes of sullen silence, Cove twisted back around. He wouldn't look you in the eye. Okay, let's go. I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want something bad to happen. He was doing it for you? That gave you a warm feeling inside, even if you wished he didn't want to leave in the first place. And that was that. Together you walked away from the exit sign. Your feet hurt a lot by this point. You were so tired, but you convinced him. You're bringing Cove home, and that's what mattered. On the long way back, it was only thanks to the occasional street lamp and faint moonlight that you could see in the dark. You were still content sticking close together. Sometimes your drowsy walking caused one of you to almost bump into each other. The back of your hand brushed his. Ah. You notice Cove took a hold of your hand. I don't think if I do this option, he might not even hold my hand, so I'm just gonna do that. Cove glanced at you sheepishly. His fingers curled around your palm and you held in response. The two of you continued down the street, hand in hand. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were fighting the drooping of your eyelids while shoveling near Cove on the sidewalk, and the next you were snapped back to attention by the blaring beam of a horn. Oh, shoot! Cove froze. He whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Oh, ma! She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. Where have you been? Oh, Joe, we're in trouble now. Where have you kids been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I was trying to help Cove. She stopped looking at you and said, staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. In turn, Cove gripped your hand even tighter. This was hard to face. Guilt ate you up from inside. Get in. Let's get you two home. That at least made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you'd done today. You yanked open the side door, slipping inside the back seat, then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed him wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do, not at all. Shamefaced, you both nodded as one.
Sorry.
Oh, don't make him cry. Sorry, Shino. Sorry, Ma. She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though. You have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started up the car again, and you were off. From the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of an engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mom, you're gonna get so grounded. Dude, no, yeah, we're done for. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness you found both of them. Yes, I did, and they were walking down the main street together. What were you two doing there at this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy and there were dry tear tracks stuck to his cheek. I had to see my mom. Lee didn't want to see me go alone. Your mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. They wondered if they could read each other's minds. You wondered if they could read each other's minds. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing that morning ages ago. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep, the same way you should have been. She went out earlier to look for you two when she accidentally found out you were both missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. She said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed Mommy noticed the discomfort.
Okay.
You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed closely behind. The living room wasn't far or separated by a wall, so you heard your mom's talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing.
Well,
That explains it at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. When he slept over here, he left in the middle of the night too. They remember that. Give us. Oh wait, shoot. What if I did this one first instead of the sleepover? Oh shoot, that's cool. They remembered that. Okay then. Gave us quite a fright, but he's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
Is that all right?
I'll call. Then I'll go to the front until everyone's still out there. You keep an eye out on the other kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hun. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. Sorry, Lee. You faced him quietly. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight. No, I'm sorry too. You don't have to. It wasn't your fault. It's alright. Despite Cove's protest, he couldn't help it. It would have been too hard not to say sorry after a disagreement. But having him apologize did make you feel much better. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Oh, jeez, it's probably Cliff, isn't it? Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline from the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
Oh, God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytails. His eyes were darkened like he had been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, with his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good, that's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulders, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lip twitched and spasmed, as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're alright too, Lee. Then he looked at your moms. Thanks for your help as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
Oh, jeez, don't say that. You're gonna make the DILF cry. No, I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Clay. Really, it couldn't be helped. In a way, something like this was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. No, not for the first time that day. You recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. You can make him cry again. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore, I promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden, thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and muzzled his hair playfully, although he made a face. Cove didn't try to dodge the hand that he usually did. Just go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 times more before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow, but he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
You're welcome, Cove. A tiny smile flitted across his lips. Then and there and then was gone. A hug him. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. Oh, dude, I was trying to make me cry so badly. His embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Mama closed the door behind them. You're practically dead on your face dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to bed with no more discussions on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped to close on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until next morning. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost as if it was a dream, but it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. At breakfast, you were sat down, and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you joined Cove despite knowing you wanted to leave. As punishment, your moms took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch your shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you were expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late, and without telling anyone, you could have gotten hurt or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. You didn't know what he said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself. Oh, that's so... I'm sorry, I threw my little chain that I have on the... He blamed himself? Are you... that makes me sad for Mr. Holden. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. That was a word you hadn't heard before. I've never heard that word before either. What? Self-flagellation? I can't say. What? But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Oh my god, you got in trouble, but Cove walked away. No, Cove was fine. Cove was... dude, his dad blamed himself for Cove wanting to leave. Oh my god. I've never heard... I've never heard that word before. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Still, as they did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal as they had to. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. No, because that really dude, if I was playing this by myself, I would have been bawling my eyes out, for real at that shit. I think my voice was just kind of wavering. Oh my god. But hearing that Cove's dad blamed himself, just wanted me... That shit... That was that made me want to bawl out crying. Anyways, step 2. Oh my god, step 2. I bought the DLCs for step 2 too. Self-play is when you hurt yourself over something. I think it starts with the religious people whipping themselves to feel more in tune with God. Oh, jeez. Thank you for the definition. That feels odd. The dad blamed himself for Cove wanting to leave. That's just sad. No, this one hurt the most. This one definitely hurt the most. Oh my god. Shopping was cute. Fireflies was also cute. Sandcastle was my favorite. I think Sandcastle was my favorite amongst all of the base ones. But Runaway, of course, was probably a lot of people's favorites. That shit made me want to cry. I think that's all for this. That's all for step 1. So let me go summer. Summer ended, and then summer ended. You sure? Yeah. Step 2. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it was cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping streets now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How'd you figure out that one?
Duh.
Cause I know that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie, dear, there are all kinds of magic. There are all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mom a suspicious look but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. You didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware that he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit here out in... I just completely lost the ability to read. Well, we can't sit here... Oh my god, what's wrong with this sentence? Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Ma, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Can we please play longer? We have to keep playing before it's late. It is almost over. You put your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan on going home. Kids, can we play longer? Mom looked at you with a sigh. You clasped your hands together to give your plea some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with a very clever response, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents can't possibly resist the power of you two combined.
Please.
Oh my god, that was loud. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now. Lizzie made her case, then stomped her foot on the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well?
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, and said, Yes, Mum. Yes, Mum. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove, nudging his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a shrug to your mom, which you took as an agreement. I had so much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelets at Tin and Trinkets, or maybe play in the playground. Or fireflies will probably be coming out, right? Don't I get a say in sending me the plans? We can't go too far from home. I'm going home. Don't I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mother had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Now I'm going with Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
You made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me. Then he started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arms back, then tossed it out into the water. You're impressed by how far he got it to go. It sailed all the way out to sea. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. It was a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock, and it fell right back down almost right after he tossed it. It was a good toss. It was impressive. Impressive. You can't skip rocks in the ocean. What are you doing? You look for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw hand had been more impressive. Cove looked down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface even though you're pretty sure you couldn't feel it. His brows were frowned, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages and I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but he finally sighed. A few weeks. That's not very long at all. That is a while. I didn't think a few weeks. I bet. It's not very long at all. It'll be off before you know it. You offered a smile, but Cove wasn't looking at you. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. Can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool, you're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Ko shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. Why are you crying again? Dude, in like the like, what is it, Step 1 story, he cried so often. Even in the base DLCs, he's always crying. You heard a sniffing sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand if you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people. You'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. What's with that response? At least let me pick it if you're gonna make something like that. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one sat waiting. He's Cove, filled with water. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one that he would bring up whenever he felt sad. It's been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. Sometimes when you're sad about something, your mom said that to you. In the moment, you thought you couldn't possibly be alright, but because Sir Stuff a lot lost his arm, or you skinned your knee, or you couldn't possibly finish all your vegetables, but in the end, they were always right. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around. What? That question was surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were gonna move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You're fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that'd be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I'd feel better. Then, it used to make me angry. I don't want to get used to everything. You spread a glance over at Cove, and see the anger had slipped off of his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that'd be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you first started going to school, you had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you've never met before. Things changing is hard. I'll make sure you do. You held his hand. I can. Dude, I don't even. Wait. Log. What did he even ask me? I don't. What? I don't know. I'll make sure you do. I don't know what. I don't know what to say. You're not quite sure what to say to that. So instead, he reached out to take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you make sure you are very gentle. As you watch, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You had the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. Ah, they're happy tears. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sound of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as a new home. You definitely try to help in what ways you could. There are so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. The sounds of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked at you, expression screaming reluctancy. Yet ultimately, okay. You smiled when Cove returned with one of his own.
Leo.
Lee, thanks.
Thanks.
It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. No! No! That was... Ah! In between? What? Oh! Oh, wait. Oh, the customization. I need to change this to that. Because my name, I wanted to go by Lee, but he says Leo. I think I'm fine with the like, you know, the stuff that we already have, right? Ah, customization. Because, I don't know, my hair is like brown, but I don't like the brown that they chose. And when you look at my camera, it looks black. Like, this matches more than the one that they chose. That's actually my hair color. It's more like a really dark brown, so I'm just giving black. And I like yellow. Yellow's my favorite color, so I chose yellow eyes. And the mom has yellow eyes too, so it's fine. Oh, jeez. Oh, I kept my little scar in the forehead. Hee hee. Nah, I'm keeping the same hair. I don't want different hair. Maybe I'll add hair in the back like that. What type of hair in the back? I just like customization. Ah. Short, round, sleek, strands. I have kind of like hair like down my neck. It's almost kind of like turning into a, like, honestly, my hair is kind of turning into like a mullet, and I need to cut it really bad because I cannot pull off the mullet hairstyle. Like, I just can't do that. Wave 2 looks good. Wave 2? Which one was wave 2? Wait, what? I thought wave 2. Oh, wait. Wave 2 is kind of wah. It's crazy. Wavy 2. Let me see. Wait. I remember seeing one I liked. Where is it? I think just smooth 1 is okay. Just smooth 1. Hair in the front. I think I still keep the same hair in the front. I used to have hair like that. Oh, snap. Two-toned. Oh. Dun, dun. Let's see. Curly, choppy. I think I'll just keep this side too. I went through all of them. Eye color. Let's see. I still go by she. Change page. I don't want to mess with the voice names because then I'm gonna make the same mistake. Freckles, acne. No, I don't want acne. I have acne in IRL. Why do I want to have it in a game? Lips thin, thick. Well, I don't have thin lips, thick lips. It's not even changing yet. I'll just leave it there. Thin, thick. Earrings. I want to have like. I'm in the middle of getting my ears like really hardcore pierced. I want to have like 6 piercings on each ear. Lee Potter, no. No. Dude, people called me that all the time. Like when I was like 13 or something, because the scar, you can kind of barely see it now, but it used to be really apparent when you know, still early on. Oh. Everybody called me Harry Potter. It sucks so bad. I want to have like more hardcore piercings. Why don't they have the piercings with like 1 million? Just choose those ones then. Glasses. I don't see myself with glasses, so I'm not putting my glasses on. Let's just put medium. Rosy cheeks. I would put on rosy cheeks, but this kind of looks more rosy than I thought it would. Maybe I'll just leave it. I do. It doesn't come on stream. Like, you can't see it on stream, but I put hardcore blush. Like, hardcore blush all the time. Leave that there. Let me see. Scars. I do have an arm. Birthmarks. I do have the... If you check your left arm, I said it last time, you'll see a little, like, birthmark right there near, like, your elbow. That's called the government birthmark. I've seen so many people have it. It's crazy. Braces? No braces. Am I good? I think I'm good. Done. Okay. Comfort. Love. Check. Well, then we'll go with crush. Oh, why do I have like blushes? Comfort. Nervous. Relaxed. I still think I'm relaxed. But now since we're in like, you know, phase 2, it's kind of crush, right? I thought you could go for like crush to love, like fond to love, because as a 9-year-old, I wouldn't think crush would be the first thing on my mind. That was like more 13-year-old, right? So that's why I put fond. Oh, lame. Okay, well then I'll just put crush. Comfort. I think I'm really relaxed when it comes to cove. I still think that. I don't think I'm any of the other ones. Direct, relaxed, nervous. No, I'm relaxed. I'm relaxed. I didn't know these could change the expression. You needed crush before. I figured, yeah, you needed to have crush while you were 9, but I was thinking, like, as a 9-year-old, I wasn't thinking about crushes and stuff. That was more when I was 13, which is what this part is, like, adolescence, right? So that weird age, 13, 14. So that's what I'm going with. I'm gonna put crush here, and then, like, when we're older, I can put love, you know? Okay, let's see. Crush. Yes. Relaxed. Yes. I think everything's fine. I'm just gonna save it here just in case. Okay, ready. Let's go. The customization of cove. This is what I was most excited about. Choose to customize cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. I don't want to affect his personality. Character development, though. I kind of want to see his appearance. This is what he got! He looks so cute, though! Cove! My existence is no longer required, so I'm here, lol. Welcome back! Oh, he has a scar! Dude, I don't know. Ow! My arm! Oh my god, I don't know if I want to change it. Okay, I'm gonna memorize the stuff. This is what they chose for and based on my decisions. These are all so similar though. Wrist 1, 1, 1. Pants 2A. Hair 1. Okay, give me a second. Let me just like screenshot this. Easy, just so I remember the prior settings. Oh my god, wait, but I want to look through. Hair 2. Oh, they only have 2 hairstyles. Okay, well then keep the first one. Okay, head, glasses. Okay, glasses same. Keep the shirt. What shirts do he has? He only has 2 shirts. I kind of like this one more. Oh my god, I'm sorry about that. I am Build-A-Bear. Build-A-Boyfriend. Oh my god. Okay, well then keep the bracelet. What did they have? Oh, they have necklaces on him, right? Oh, they have... Why do they have so many pants options compared to like shirts? What? Okay then, right wrist. This one kind of matches with his jewelry. Maybe I'll just take off this one. So it matches jewelry. He's so cute. Oh, PJs. PJs? PJs. PJs. 1, 2, 2. 2, 2. I like 2. Jacket. Now put on this jacket. This is so cute. I'm so happy. Dude, oh my god. I shouldn't be this happy over Cove custom creation, but dude, I wouldn't jog with glasses on. I wouldn't jog with glasses on. No way. This is kind of looking like exercise uniform. So I'm not gonna put on glasses. It's annoying to kind of run with glasses. So I'm not gonna do that. Okay, this is normal. Should I keep that shirt though? I don't know what shirt matches. Maybe I will do this one. Oh wait, but that takes his glasses off. No, put them back on. What? His PJs are cute, even though it's simple. Should I this is what they chose for him, this shirt. You know, I'll leave this shirt. I'll leave this shirt. Okay. Is that all thing? Is that all done? Okay, I'm leaving his personality the way it was. I'm leaving the personality the way it was. Okay, August ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Cheese is probably random roll though. True, that's true. She hated going to classes. Still, there was interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but he's kept his distance from other kids. From what you saw anyway. Youthful affection achievement unlocked! We're really doing this crush time. Oh god. See, if I put crush as like the first step, I would have been like iffy about it. But now that I feel more reassured that crush is my like second step option, I feel more comfortable with this being second step. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. It feels more natural. It does feel more natural. Cause as I said it like a million times, but as like, it was like 9 years old when we first met, and I wouldn't be feeling sort of crushed to somebody I met. A bunch of redacted message. What's happened? Just people spamming. You know, the spiel. Not following against the rules. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Really? Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his moms a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. I feel bad for Mr. Holden. Dude, that man, okay. So we know Cove gets his emotional, like, Mr. Holden cries a lot, apparently, and I can see it with Cove. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him still feel better. Still, even without the tears. He looked sad. Cove's a little sensitive boy. He's so sensitive. At least when he was 9. Maybe once a day he could say aloud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toy crayons that used to litter every free space in your room have been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There are other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster, it ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when somebody drew attention to it. Dude, I kind of feel the same way when it comes to my... If you've ever broken a bone and you see the scar, I don't know, there's a weird thing. I just kind of want to show it off, but at the same, it's like I want to show it off a lot, but I wear a lot of long sleeves, so I can't show it off. But when people notice it, I'm like, you want to hear the story? I don't know, that's just me though. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Damn, Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Why? Is he athletic? Oh my god. Well, we never saw him, like, swim or... Oh my god. Okay, over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking ambitiously with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood while you were little Shiloh. Oh no, he's gone? No. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back to the south because of her work. Just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. Aww. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was unconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. No, it was a long time ago. Well, I have a little scar on my forehead because a friend accidentally threw a rock at me too. Too bad. It's small. It's too small to show off. No, dude, I have a little scar on my forehead going this way and then one here. I think it's implied that being near the beach and doing a bunch of stuff outside. That's true. But I have a little scar that goes like this way, and then there's also one that goes this way because me and my best friend from a long time ago were like, I don't know if it was a fight or if we were play fighting, but we were like scratching at each other, and she had like long nails and it dug through my skin. It was crazy. Joker, what? No, I got this scar, please. No. Oh god. You learned some heartbreaking things. Oh my god, you learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. So we probably know what happens to Shiloh in XXO Blood Droplets, or the other game, Blood Droplets, probably. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her... Oh, she dyed her hair purple? Ma dyed her hair purple wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were too old for that word. Which one was that one? Because I get mom and then mommy confused with the characters. I think that one was the one with the brown hair, and then mom was the one with like the reddish hair, right? Elizabeth felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. You know who else wanted to... Oh, dude, no, I'm gonna be crying. Man. Ugh. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like who? He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was oh my god. Okay. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed as Mr. Oh, sorry. Says was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had to. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Oh, geez, my room is crazy different. No, but like, where is the Omori poster? Where is my skate poster and my Genshin poster? Where's my cosplay closet? This is not me. Why? Is this my room? This has to be the same windows here. Yeah, I have a pizza, bruh. The fact that I ate pizza today too. Oh jeez, I went back. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. Oh shit. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in, wide awake, about to head out, enjoying your time off. No, I'm sleeping. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard a door creak open. Whoa! Elizabeth, you're still sleeping? Wow, get up. This room looks so normal, it's unsettling. No, like, this would be crazy. This room is basically my room if I didn't discover, like, weebs in anime. Literally. Go away. Is this what a room of a functional member of society looks like? Dude, I would not want to be that, because this looks so weird. Go away. You pretended to still be asleep. You got up. You started fake snores loudly. Your room kind of clean though. No, the room is clean. It doesn't feel like me. You know what I'm saying? Like the last room, I would probably have. I probably had something like that at 9 years old, right? With all my drawings on the wall. But this feels so weird. I would kind of understand if it was like. I mean, I don't know how to. Oh my god. Started fake snore loudly. You didn't get out of bed, instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally phony sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she had bothered you first. Oh, not funny. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy. Oh, what the hey? Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Hoden. Mom wants you to take it from him and say thanks for whatever. What kind of 13-year-old has a coat on the wall? Oh, okay, but that makes sense. Dude, it doesn't have your personality. I guess rooms show off who you are as a person. Yeah, that's true. Just replace this with like an Attack on Titan one and we got my 13-year-old self perfectly. What the? You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
Oh, her voice got deeper too. Come down already. Really, that's great. I'm coming. Upstairs at 13-year-old me. Dude, for real. I'll be right there. Elizabeth saw nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly even fit the frame. You're very tall. Your reflection went over the whole length of your mirror. Pretty tall. Average height, pretty short. You're very short. It was a lot of open real estate in the frame. Okay, tell me, what do y'all think about the height? You think it's short or pretty short when I say 5'3"? Is that short or pretty short? Wait, the poster of the number 7 really ties the room together. Why is there just a 7? Is it supposed to be July? Like a calendar? July 7th short? You think that's just regular short? You're very short. No, I'm pretty short. Just regular short. Pretty short would be 5 and under, I'd say. Okay, well then I'll thank you. I'll do pretty short. You could relate to Derek in how it felt to be smaller than people. Though you ought to be. Your shortness seemed to be even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. So Cove could be a tall... No, Cove is a tall king. You were self-conscious over it? Oh, this really goes deep into, like... Okay, so we getting deep into it. I mean, I don't know. We weren't sure how to feel about it. Things kept changing with the height you'd actually had, and what was impression of the height was based on your age. It was confusing. Cove is like tall. Cove is really tall is what they told us. Then you put the finishing touches to your outfit. Ouchie, my height hurt. No! Well, on your situation. Carelessly as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your interest? You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Show me! Oh my god, wait! Ah! Oh my god, wait, don't show me just yet. Okay, now you can show me. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was pursing through. Oh, I think I just spaced out and wrote my subconscious train of thought. It'd be like that, though. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Oh, wow! Okay, girly. Good morning, Lee. Thank you for coming down. She looks so good. She lost the glasses. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today. Unfortunately, He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go over and thank him before he leaves? Yo, Cove! You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as he said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Oh, wow! You can't. Let me show you this. Look at her purple hair. It's not like too purple. I thought it was gonna be like hella purple, but no, it's perfect. She looks so good. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. You let her do it. You happily let her do it. You tilted your body to the side to dodge. You pushed her back and laughed. You pushed her hand. Nah, let her do it. You stood by patiently and indulged in your mom's wishes. She gave you two a small tap on the crown of your head. You're the last one down today. You know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was gonna say longer, so you're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, thank you for gracing us all with your presence this fine day. As you should. Thank you. Wow. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. What? Sorry, I need to take a couple screenshots. He leaned in uncomfortably. Oh, what's that? Is that fruit? Is that the fruit ones? He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the long strands of hair idly drifted the breeze. Just realized the purple is a very similar color to brown in the right lighting. So here's the fun facts. Thank you. Thank you for the fun facts. That's true though. It might be more purple like with a regular Sprite, right? His features were pinched in embarrassment as he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance he figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. Man got the edible arrangement. No. No, not the edibles, please. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress the laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived there, Mr. Hoden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight— oh, I gotta take another screenshot, my bad. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey, he smiled back. You couldn't help but thinking to when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have a different feeling. You started to have different feelings for him! Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Was that his voice?
Yeah.
That's crazy! It really got deep. Oh, my LMAO, my parents would love having me animal races. I ate everything within my eyesight. Oh my god. Yeah, you too. Oh my god. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if oh my god. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. Ah! King! I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There's so many options to choose from. Oh, this is kind of direct. That's kind of direct. That's kind of too direct, but I'm tempted. Thank you. Can you tell your dad we love the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior was really different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years you were used to his antics and you'd made up your mind on what your opinion was. No, he was sort of funny. He was pretty weird. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. Okay, but this is true. There were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden. You don't mind them and liked him quite a bit. I want to protect him. Well, I see him more as a little brother. And even if Cove's dad, if it was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice looking guy. That was good too, but it was something that you kept to yourself. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. Cove's dad, Cove's dad. You shared a confused look with Cove as both of you stepped through the open door into the neighborhood street. Cove's dad, Cove's dad. Cove's dad, Cove's dad. Ayo, it's Cove's dad. Ayo, it's Cove's dad. Safe. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted... Oh, Derek! Who's this MF Derek? Just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You're confused at the sight. You were displeased. You're confused. Why would he show up? You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he appeared. Oh, he's tiny! He's a tiny man. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. He looked up with a wide grin. Oh, disappointing, Derek. Derek ruined the moment.
Hey.
Hey, guy and gal. He's one of those. Oh, he's tiny. He's like a tiny man's. So cute. He's a little bro. I was just at your house, Cole, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Lee's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Oh, he blushing. He blushing. Oh, he blushing. Save it. Save it. Bop. What do you want, Derek? Please, I get the reference. I beg of you. I made a reference? I don't know what the... I didn't even know I made a reference. Holy shit. Ah! Ah! No more Starbies. No more Starbies. I ran out of Starbucks. It's lame. Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned up to you. He was gonna say more when his eyes widened, and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure that you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This is kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit. Nice! Who does he sound like? Sonic?
Nice.
He sounds like Sonic!
Nice.
Please, I'm saving. Please, bro. Can I have some? I haven't even tried it. Maybe you can have some later. It's a gift for my family. I can't give it to you. Sure, we can share. Jared grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome! Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I need to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some kind of kid here in Sunset Bird. As a sports guy, I bet he has to go fast. Please. Cove was surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were just cutting through. Yeah, you go, Derek, eating healthy. This man holds Capri Suns. Nuh-uh, oh my god, wait, no, he drinks Gatorade. Nuh-uh, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
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 I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small. He seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. It kind of does, doesn't it? It's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek sniggered good naturally. I can see that really well now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
Oh my god. His voice do be cracking a little bit. I got water on me. I'm sorry, I'm hyped that we're finally like in crush mode. You know what I'm saying? I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned. Then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Wow. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your own way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. Wow. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he placed. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about his expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort it out himself. Derek didn't feel the same. Oh, shoot, my bad. Wait, what'd he say? He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey, guy, over here. Oh, what? Kid whipped around an impressive scowl, carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
Oh my god, what is it? What do you want? Bro, chill. The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Wow. Bro, she said that so loudly. Oh my god. That's what angry mushroom. Dude, we already roasted this man. He ain't even make 2 seconds into this appearance. Chill. Jeremy. Was that it? No, I'm Derek. That's Lee and Cove. We were walking around and saw you. Wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in this neighborhood. No, I don't like this guy already. No. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, I can't say his name. Jeremy grew furious by response. It seemed could erupt from a person's ears. It would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. Oh shit! What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he had to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. I'm late, but I'm here. We just got into step 2. No worries. Oh my god. That earned a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come to see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
Yeah, chill out, little man. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremiah crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. Then they should have gotten by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Puff. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything. And I'm the kid? Shit, okay. Kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck to be forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell at us so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Bro, wait until Jeremiah finds out about the nihilist. We'll flip. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Wow, why did you decide to talk to me, huh? Did I ask for that? No. Did I want you to come over and start flapping your gums about me? At me about some dumb stuff? No. Now you're gonna whine and say this isn't what you wanted? Too bad. It's not my job to care. Shit. I set Cove as my phone wallpaper and lock screen earlier today. Now both my phone and computer wall screens just Cove. I just have a problem. Dude, I feel that. I feel like I might have a problem by the end of this. Cove brain rot by the end of this, run. By the end of step 3. You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremiah must have good hearing though, because he got the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. You call his eyebrows stupid? I'm gonna. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. Dang, he's clever. What the smile? What? What? No, eyebrows. Wait, Cove's wavy eye. No, bruh. This is awful. This little shit. Honestly. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a How can you say that when you got a bowl cut? Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of. That's so rude. I apologize to Cove right now. How can you say that when you got a bowl cut? Yeah, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. Oh, so okay, but that wasn't a part of his decision to get a bowl cut. I'm gonna be honest. I like bowl cuts a lot. I do like bowl cuts a lot. But my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he look less dumb with no eyebrows. Wow, I said the bowl cut. This is my first playthrough. I'm playing blind. You just rolled your eyes. You crossed your arms over your chest. You shook your head. You patted Cove on the shoulder. You patted Cove on the shoulder. You lunged for Jerry. You grinned at all of us. Let's have a BBQ with Jeremy's a roast, bruh. We having a BBQ. Oh my god, like the DLC. Oh, Claire. You patted Cove's shoulder. I'm not gonna. Dude, it's a waste of my energy to try and beat up this kid, even though I want to. Funny, I have you 169. No, haha, funny number. Okay. I thought it was cool. Like, crossed your arms over your chest. You're really getting tired of this. What? Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's word in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Bruh, wow. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and sulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence something in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Wait, his voice is nasally to begin with. That was him. That was Derek mocking Jeremy. Derek wasn't kidding. And by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Well, I can't believe that all his lines are voiced. That's so lame. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand point right at the fruit arrangement you were still holding. I'm still holding that! I thought I put it away in the house by now. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded, and you had gotten used to the weight. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Lol, messed up. I meant one of his knees to begin with. Yeah, it was Jeremy. Oh my god. Why not? Let's eat it. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for the skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead. You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself Cove grabbed one himself after himself. Oh my god. Only you were without a skewer of your own. Melon, no, I want a pineapple skewer. Pineapple was cut to look like a flower. It was the most obvious first choice. Derek ate the pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing.
It's nice.
Tastes pretty nice, and this fruit kebab thing is fun. Hey, you two remember The Land Before Time? I've never seen that. The fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Oh, tree star. I'm saving that. No, he's still saving. Tree stars. Yeah, chomping leaves that look so delicious, and they did. And there was a scene that with the pretty trees, and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Derek, my boy, you're the father. He just, oh my god. I'm your father. He just isn't a product placement? I'm so confused. Oh, I'm trying to think of the product placement and how they're trying to pick it up. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That's a movie for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think that tastes better when they're shaped like stars? Stars, he snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was buried. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Hey, you weren't supposed to eat all of it. It did help you make you feel better. I've never actually watched The Land Before Time, so I do not know that childhood escape. Derek was right. It was so good. You are already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, Lee. The two of you met eyes casually. That was pretty cool what you said back at that guy. Oh, thanks. I was just saying what I thought. Derek chimed in while in high spirits. You totally owned him. I didn't know what his parents said, but it's good at least somebody's around to tell him what's what. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Ooh, how someone's supposed to be ready for a break? Are you? I'm not sure. Yeah. Cool on you. I wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think it depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Oh my god! Leave me alone, Elizabeth! Hey, Lee! You glanced over your shoulders to see your sister. Oh, but it has my name now. I completely forgot. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. What? I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for us. Oh, shoot. I thought that was for me, not for the family. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which is now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flicks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Lee? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to deliver this boy... Oh, what? Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy... She said that in front of him? Yeah, it was for the family. Y'all have deprived yourself of a good childhood movie, TBH. Nah, dude, I've never watched it. Dude, at 9 years old, I was watching Total Drama Island. What? I was watching it last night. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this is up to his dad. She said that in front of him. It seemed everyone was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Within movements, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Not much studying was time consuming. I never understood how people studied. I tried doing a study and tried to memorize stuff, but I didn't even know how people studied. I just kind of did homework and then watched more Total Drama Island. Sorry, Elizabeth, get over it. Well, morning's been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. It wasn't us. Ezekiel came down and ate it while we weren't looking. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all deceived by your response. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brows raised. Bye! Without a word, you got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
Nah, bruh, you followed me for a simple fruit skewer. It's mine. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Bro, I have no clue what I did as a dumb little 9-year-old. I was just kind of I discovered anime at 12. So I can't remember what I was doing at 9 except for watching Total Drama Island and drawing. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fists, grinning at the triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Exactly, but we should keep moving. Yeah, for now at least. Victory, moms. Victory! It's probably Disney Channel for me. I can understand Disney Channel. I read a lot of, well, as a kid. I still do. I never read as a kid. I always I hated reading. You threw your arms up in celebration. Which anime was it? Like the first anime I ever watched was Bleach. That was kind of when I got into it. And when I started picking up drawing a lot more, I bought so many of those how to draw books, how to draw anime books. I remember I chose to not like anime when I was younger. My childhood was boring as hell. Oh my god. I just kind of picked so many of those how to draw anime books after I watched Bleach. Bleach was my first anime. So good. My excuse was their eyes are too big. Oh my god. Well, I mean, I hope you like anime now. There's a lot really good anime nowadays. If you need a really good anime and you want to cry to your eternity, that shit got me crying at like 5 in the morning. Awful crying. Like, so bad. I love it so much though. If you want a good read, Chainsaw Man to your eternity. Those are two good. Jujutsu Kaisen's really good. Let's see what other recommendations I have. I think that's it for now. I can't really think of anything other. You threw your hands up in celebration. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little longer. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen corner. You had gotten a little bit of scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. Don't regret it much though. It was a laid back childhood. I'm grateful. I'm glad it was a pretty laid back childhood then. I need to be changed. It's really good. It made me cry. It's really good. I also want to get back into Berserk. I tried Berserk, but I couldn't get into it as much. But Chainsaw Man is really good if you want a good read. It's finished too, at least the first part of it's finished. So if you want like something that you won't have to like read every other week, it's good. I didn't know what anime was until I found my first one when my younger sibling asked if it was an anime. Me not knowing what it is. Everybody who's like a hardcore weeb kind of finds it at like 11, 12, or 13 even. That kind of range. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get ice cream on their own. It was declared even by your parents. When everyone got back, the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Oh, shoot. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin, Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your oh. That's my name! Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they moved. They were closer to you than ever before. Now you hung out regularly. Without school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. I read Lunar Chronicles a couple years ago, and it's a tradition to read during summer because it's a special book someone gave to me. Aww. Same age for me as a movie called 9 and Nice to make sure that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, your cousin's also named Lee. Why is my cousin named Lee? There can only be one. Change your name, cousin. Ugh. She used to be really fond of Lizzie, Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who's been— This is trippy. Lee and Lee, come on, change your name. There can only be one. She was your only friend who was a girl, being held— You had a lot of girlfriends. I had a lot of GFs. I don't know, I would say I had a lot of girlfriends. Fight, Highland. You often gravitated towards other girls and befriended them pretty easily. You also had a lot of non-girlfriends. You didn't have many. No, I had a lot of non-girlfriends. I think, what kind of gender someone who didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with? I mean, if they liked anime, I would have been friends with them. Only one Lee will survive, and it would be you. Oh, dude, I'm gonna absolutely— I was looking forward to this since the start, feeling for the confusion factor. Are you joking? This is what you were looking forward to. I am amused. I can't. We are both named Lee. I'm kind of just like, change your name. Inuyasha, best anime. I tried Inuyasha, but I couldn't get into it as like— I don't know, romance animes are either a hit or miss for me. Like right now I'm trying to watch Fruits Basket, but I can't get past like the 5th episode without forgetting where I'm at. Then the shrill tone of the announcement, an incoming call. You jump before grabbing the receiver and pressing it onto your ear. Hello?
Hi.
You did not just say that. Hi, Lee. It's Lee. I'm so confused. I'm confused. Can she change her name or something? I mean, like, yes, this is what I look forward to. Hi, Lee. It's Lee. I can't tell who's talking. Oh my, so it's her talking. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of your Elizabeth's friends. Oh no, she can't. Oh my god. She should change her name anyways. Call the developers. Hi, it's Lee. It's like, yeah, everybody got different tastes and genders. I mean, genres. Bleh. But that too. Oh shoot, I messed up. Oh shoot. Shoot, hello. There was a static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. Only you can change it? Oh my god. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now that we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, we can... Oh, she's the same age as me, right? Oh yeah, we're both 13s. Soul Eater's good. I just haven't been able to get into that one too. I hate how I'm not able to get into Soul Eater, but I was able to watch like 300 episodes of One Piece. I wish man, I want to watch Soul Eater, but long animes are like, what to me now. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we can get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that me? I can't tell who it is. You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone is wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Can I like, oh my god, I can't change my name. I forgot. I was like, can I add like a little heart at the end of mine so I can not get them confused? Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you had sat by its little cradle waiting for Lee to call. You thought it made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. Yeah. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take a phone anywhere at any time, it'd be even a bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. One Piece is like boring. It says a voice a bit like Lee. No, I got through 300 episodes. I remembered stopping near the skeleton man. I completely forgot what his name is. Skeleton homie. But I watched the entirety of Bleach when I was first getting into anime. Just watched it one after another. I never showed much interest in One Piece. I don't know what it's about. It's about this dude, Luffy. I got a figure of him. Wanted to be a pirate, wanted to set up the ultimate crew, and just kind of go through his adventure, fighting homies, getting new homies for the crew. He's picky about his homies that he wants for his crew. He seems picky, but at the same time, he's not. He's like, you are in my crew now. I want you for my crew. I am captain. But no, it's pretty good. It's probably like such a dwindled down version of it. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs smiling. After, please hang up like anime posters or something. This feels so unsettling. I'm thinking this is like a calendar or something, not like, you know, just a 7. After you had arrived, you shut your bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone with was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. The 7 poster was device. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? That would be really great. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. Wow, girly. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing your phone between your shoulders and your ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. Maybe he's faking normalcy in, but reality, the computer's filled with waifus. Kind of guy. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Does this take place in the 90s? I don't know when this takes place. That's why I'm kind of tripping. I don't think it takes place like, I think it takes place like in sort of our area. Just like, I mean, my parents were like that too. They talk about no mobile phones like they're a novelty. True, they do. I think Step 2's canonly in 2011. Oh, yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I mean, my first phone was actually a brick phone. I had it for like a week before I actually got my real phone for my birthday. The actual one, which is like a Nokia. How old would I be in 2011? Let me see. I can't count. Whatever. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried hard. You worked as hard as most people got and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother school at all. Your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easily to you. Nah, when I was in school, I didn't bother at school at all. My grades definitely reflected that. Maybe you could do better, but maybe your teachers could do a better job in making you care about the abstract topics they bored you with every day. I saw the years for each step got on Tumblr. Oh, that'd be good to know. Oh my god. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hope to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a problem, a big deal to some job. Your company grades been great. You had no plans of getting excellent scores this time around. You hope to do just as well this year, but you had no plans to get excellent. No, I had no plans. It just wasn't something it just wasn't something all that important to you. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going to that. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful. I hate going. Come on, it's not so scary to think about. Trying to make it reflect what I actually think about school so far. I hate going. At that age, I hated it. I get what you mean. Though, I guess school isn't all bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning things can be cool. Gym's pretty neat, though. The easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. I mean, cafeteria lunches. I'm gonna check BRB, I guess. Yeah, go ahead. Luckily, mine's boring. I guess the easiest way to make friends. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. I think that was all. That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now I see the topic that school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I got some plans already. Oh yeah, never mind. This could be early 2010s based on the desktop in the room. Oh shoot, I didn't even realize there was a computer in our room. I thought that was like a book or a painting or something. The only people who like school was who probably got friends. People actually know what they're doing. This is a joke. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. Spill the tea. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. Probably spend some time at the beach. I don't want to do anything at all. It's vacation. Gonna catch up on movies, TVs. Get some new art supplies. What would I be doing at 13? I'd be like, I don't know. I would be get some new art supplies. Can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You lean back in your bed, settling in. As you continue chatting with your friend, even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I wish I was with Cove. I was with Cove and Derek today. We met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What's he like? Weird. He acted so upset about every small thing. I don't think I want to meet him. You wanted a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You practically Dude, I'm just as confused. Hey, who are you talking? Oh my god, now I'm confused. Take care of my son. Not really Derek for me. See you next stream. Oh, see you next stream. Thanks for coming by. Hey, who are you talking? Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. I wasn't able to say anything to that. You laughed at your silence, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head, grinning. You shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching from your room. What is that word? The arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hold the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go. I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said your goodbye, Celie. I'm still using it. Nah, with a sigh, you said goodbye. Yeah, oh god, this is trippy. Tell Derek to drink Gatorade like a good kid. I will. Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your mom to say hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut the door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside and you lay in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed eyebrows. From your vantage point, you only saw the moon in an open sky. You were... what would I do at 13 years old? Confused. What had caused the noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. To utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? He outside my window? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house is very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so theoretically it wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against the section of the wall that jutted out, his arm flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved to you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Oh, jeez, Cove, jumped in? Why are you here? Hey, yo, what? What? Cove is doing the, classic romance trope of hitting on, the window? You're still on it? Yeah, this game is addicting. I'm sorry. But, ayo, Cove did the, classic romantic thing where he's, hitting on the window and then jumping into the room. You're joking? You're joking? Cove climbed over the edge, releasing a breath once he was finally safely inside. Hi, Lee. Oh my god, what are you doing? What's up, Romeo? That's what... At least it didn't throw a rock at the window. Oh my god, king moment. King moment! This is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. TV's the only thing missing was the tiny rocks against the glass. That was the only thing that was missing. Are you okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing. My dreams have come true. Dude, some of the options are so direct. I'm back. I found it. What it? Show your knowledge. Share your knowledge. Oh my god. What's up, Romeo? This is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Thanks. I know that it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they just made me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean, that's why I did that. Oh, geez. And unexpected. As this was, you were touched, Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. You didn't comment on... He didn't finish the story. There were other things to talk about. Are you gonna stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Oh, okay, I see. Step 1, 2006. Step 2, 2011. Step 3, 2016. Step 4, 2021. So we're in 2011. That means when we're... Okay, so we're 13. So we were born in like 19... In the 19s? 19... Like, I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my... Okay, well then, okay. Yeah, they're coming out with a step 4, I think. Pandemic themed. No way they're gonna do a pandemic. Oh my god. I think they're working on a blog that basically comes out this summer. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, because they just released this month, I think. The third step, I mean. Lol. Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, you missed seeing him those weeks. You understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked Mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them very soon. You're gonna see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, features with pain. Oh, pained with dread? Oh my god, he's like stressing over this. Before, they barely stay in the room long enough to have lunch. Now we're all gonna be together again, the three of us, after all this time? Just for a few weeks? I know I should probably be happy that they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way.
Leo.
I forgot the Leo's thing. So his fist tightened, his eyes became misty. Oh my god, he's still such a crybaby, but I understand. Oh my god. I'm glad he's still the same like that. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. Okay. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks, that makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over you two. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seem so crazy. He's a crybaby, but I love him for it. For real. The little mini debacle? What? With Mr. Hoden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if it all wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad. Your whole life was kind of like that. It seemed complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Lee? The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned.
Are you okay?
Oh my god! Yeah, I'm okay you meant it. Yeah, I'm okay you didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone, huh? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself or me. I want to listen to you too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadow across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with a smile. Just at that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning to a line, and rubbed at his arm. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer and just do something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? No, we're gonna color! You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I got some flashlight and some cards. Of course, you can always stay here. You win. Which one? Do we want to play cards or just want to be reassured? Nah, let's play some Uno. You tilted your head, waiting patiently for his answer. I saw a smile. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight. Somehow you still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. Ah, don't do that. We played Uno. It felt totally natural for him to let into your little world. The initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. Whoa, Troy! You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read, though you didn't want to talk about his mom and his dad. He must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You smiled gently at him, you put a hand on his shoulder, you patted him, hugged him, took a hand in yours, nudged him with your feetsies. Water your cove daily. Water your cove daily. Dude, I would make him cry every day. That sounds so, should I hug him? I want to do one of these options at the bottom 3. Do I hold hands, hug him, or do I like kick him with my feetsies? Oh my god, I had friends over this one day. Oh my god, and my friend was like, don't show me your feet. Your feet are gross. I took off my socks. She had like a panic. It was so fucking funny. Let's just give him a little hug. We'll give him a tiny hug. You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his eyes came up and returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken off by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. Hug the boy. I did. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped the day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways. You knew Cove felt the same. You opened your eyes tired, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your olive skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. Couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had kept through their window during the night. The two of you spent some time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or snuggle up for a little while longer, until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green, and you bolted upright. What? Gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still there in the morning? Girlie, you're gonna get in trouble. Get up, get up. Cove. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precautiously leaning his head on the side of your Okay, he fell asleep while sitting on the ground, leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your shout, Cove's eyes snapped open and his eyes slipped from his source of support. Parkour, Cove, he didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Oh shit, you clamped a hand, with wide eyes. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Are you okay? You winced at his tumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright, F. Oh, jeez. Oopsies. Oh, jeez. It's already late. It's 11 for me. Cove rubbed his forehead a little. You weren't sure that was entirely true. It was either... If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. I can hear his voice crack. It's so cool because the voice crack. It's so... Oh my god. It's perfect. Oh my god. I thought for sure he might cry at like hitting his head. Oh my god, I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watch Cove pace around your room looking frantically. Cove's hand flew into his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. Oh my god, his voice. I love the voice. Oh my god. It's gonna be alright. We're gonna get it so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before mom hears you. No, we're gonna be alright. We're gonna make it out of this alive. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed with you in a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this played out, but hope that was true. Right, bye, Cove. And with that, you were suddenly wrapped into a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something you couldn't forget about leaving. Thanks again. You're my very best friend, Lee. No one else comes close. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out into the ledge. Ah, you wished him luck. You railed him to keep going. You rallied Razel from Deltarune. You suggested he sneak out the door instead. You urged him to hurry up. Good luck. Please be careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the windows as far as you could go to try and keep watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself into the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at a successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed by how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. Damn, smooth. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. Wow. IDKY, but it only just set in these characters that are technically 2 years older than me when the years taken into consideration. I'm trying to remember. Okay, so this is, let me look back at the comment you put. This step 2 is to 2011. I'm trying to think. 2011. I would be 9 years old around this time. Right? Wait, I think I counted that wrong. No, wait. How do you do the little calculator thing? Okay, wait. Where's the calculator? I said open up the calculator, dummy. There you are. So it's like 2011 minus the year you were born? Oh, I did it by 2011 minus the year you were born. Dude, I keep typing thing wrong. 2011. No, I would be 9. I would be 9 years old. These guys are 4 years older than me. Mobile phones weren't novelty. You just didn't get them for kids. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You put on your slippers, checked yourself in the morning, made your bed. I just left. It was too early to do anything else. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. Nah, they're just talking about them like their new tech. They were really talking about the mobile phones as royalty, huh? You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked over to you. Ugh. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You haven't even done anything. Your sister's never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile. Her lips pursed together even tighter. Lee? Ooh, wouldn't you like to know? Sorry, I excitedly burst. Oh my god, no, you folded. No, I shrugged it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly, you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicion squinting occurring as she waited for something. Ultimately, she rolled her eyes as you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. I got away with it. This realization made me realize I'm gonna be 31 in 3 months. Oop. Oh my god. Everybody's growing older. So Elizabeth would be like 24 right now. Damn, she would be 24 today. And then she walked straight out of the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner or risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, what did I say? Fruit salad. And there were a few sausage links. You took a bit of everything. You passed on some parts because there weren't things you like. You passed on some parts you were trying to avoid meat. I took a bit of everything. Elizabeth's an old... No, my god, no, Elizabeth's not an old lady. She would still be super young. She's still so young. It was tasty. You appreciate... Unless you mean her personality, then she would... It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your moms made. The day has... I can't read anymore. The day lazily drifted by. You pulled open the fridge. Oh my god, my chair. There you go. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was perfect, blammy summer afternoon, and you had to decide to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You haven't seen Cove since he left in the morning, and you couldn't help but think about what happened to him. Also, man, that means your moms were each other long before LGBT expected. They are a power couple. The moms are a power couple for real. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now? Or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck with an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Oh, who's that? What? Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving to you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory from where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the roads towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Who is you? Oops, I'm sorry, was that... Is this Cove's mom? No, oops, I'm sorry, was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, don't you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal a sparkling ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed more familiar. It's the mom! My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you had... Wow. Oh my god, Cove's mom seems so different. What? You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you had gotten a good look at her. Oh, she looks so different. No, she's... Her hair looks like seaweed. Oh man, don't do her like that. She just showed up. She felt so different to Cove. In the little time you had been around her, she had given off a totally different impression than Cove did. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She's too neon for that. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrists. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. I'll shake her hand. You reached out and took her hand. She shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Lee, but you already know that.
That I do.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, miss. Cove mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Lee. Cove talked to you about his mom? Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? Notice how her hair is like an ombre? It starts bright green at the top, but near the bottom it's Cove's color. Wait, really? Oh, I can kind of see it. Oh, you're right. What? Ayo. Mixed with like... Oh, I see it more here. Oh, snap. Yo, nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Oh, shoot, Cove. Ayo. Oh, yeah, see right here. You see right here her hair? Right here and like right here? Oh, my God. The sound of the door opening and closing caught both of your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. I love Kyra so much. Really? Oh my god. She's very pretty. Considering just how tall he grown, you kind of figured his mom would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
Oh my god, what? Hello?
My baby.
Okay, there you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading towards the town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Oh my god. So I can't tell if they have like a good, like a peaceful relationship, or is she still like holding a grudge or something? I don't know. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Hoden. Hey, you should come with us, Lee. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. Well, if Cove wants me to go, I'm going then. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
Any whoosies. Did she just say that? Any whoosies?
Any whoosies.
Oh my god. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's more important to be neighborly if I'm gonna be roasting across the street for the time being. Any woozies? Let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. Sorry about her. I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up, he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. All summer! Oh, you were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'll be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that like you realized that like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you've met my kid Lee, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looked at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest. I'm Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eyes as Mom popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Lee. I'm Cove. Hi. What did I just say? I've been reading so much. Hi, Lee. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured her hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind it too much if Lee went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving. Just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
Oh, they're so sweet. The moms are just so sweet. You gave your moms a look. They smiled at you fondly. You were happy. They were annoyed you. No, they were happy they were letting you go. You could tell Cove really needed the support and you're ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up into the street. There's a sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants while I was in the taxi not too far from here. Yeah, there's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward, and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. What about you, Lee? Want to point me in the right direction? Okay, I will. You've been to a lot of places in town, so you knew a couple good ones. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us since Cove is going through a phase over here. She really did that. He huffed at her and turned his face away. You insisted Kyra decide. You insisted Cove contribute to the decision. Tropical themed Chinese restaurant. Let's go tropical.
Thank you.
It suits the Hawaiian image. Tropical. Hey, will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes. Along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. Wow. What if I pick the Chinese restaurant? Because this is very green and tropical. Would the picture be different? The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Alright, let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
I want banana milk. I really want banana milk. Yeah, it's a different picture, but that's it. Oh, okay, cool. Wow, just Wawa. Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. Nah. Sure. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. At least I think so. You took a long sip of your drinks as you looked around the restaurant. A small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, wanting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like this was all perfectly normal. His sour feeling today was unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you.
So?
Okay, so you asking me the questions. So, Lee, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something for you for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Oh, this is a lot of things. I'm really into you need to stop with this, like, straightforward. Like, I would not be this straightforward in real life. Like, come on. This is so straightforward. I like to read. I like to watch. Games are fun. I like to play. I hang out with people. I go to the beach, and I'm into sports, music, spend time on art, write things, spend time studying. Oh, I would say around this time, it's funny to me. I want to see like a whole route just with these straightforward answers. Just all these straightforward answers. Okay. I around 13 I was watching a lot of stuff, so I like to watch. People, plays, stand-up comedy, movies, TV. I don't know, none of the TV. It's pretty addicting when you find a good series, isn't it? And games are fun. I like to play video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometimes. And I guess fashion. I love clothes. Understandable. I just love the way fashion lets you express yourself, no matter who you are. And I love makeup. Really? It's so fun to experiment with looks. And music. I play. Type your own instrument to play. Do they have it? Oh my god. Oh, dude, they literally took the example I was gonna say. During middle school, I was a huge clarinet player. Please don't capitalize or plural. Oh shit. My bad. Clarinet. I play the clarinet. It's great. I listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player at home that my mom helped me put some music on. And I've seen some concerts. Awesome. And I spend time on art. Drawing. I filled out a lot of sketchbooks. I tried to do digitally, but I accidentally broke my first tablet, so not digitally. I hang out with people. Hey, it's nice to have friends and family to spend time with. Should I say I'm really into Cove? I don't want to be too straightforward. He might be taken aback by that. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind. I'm not doing that. Never mind. I like to read. Comic. Ooh, they have manga? Oh, manga. I haven't heard of that style, but I'm pretty sure it's very good. And comic books. Just like Cove's dad back in the day. Back in the day. I think that's it. And you didn't say anything else. You can go back scrolling up. You can go back by scrolling them. I do that. I didn't know about the scroll wheel until the beginning of the stream when I accidentally did it. Thanks. I'm really happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So I've been wanting to know this. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again, and you glanced over at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, but you were curious to know more about this woman who's such a big part of his life. So, what exactly do you work for? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Oh, wow. Are you interested in... oh my god, these are so, upfront. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course. And traveling, a real shock, huh? Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? Shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. This, however, I will never choose the last two options. No, this is crazy. Wait, oh my god. Continue? Can I not skip this? Are you in a new relationship? I don't want to ask her, any of this. Oh, there it is. Sorry. You couldn't bring yourself to ask another question. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cole slipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making lunch. I was looking for a skip option in the thing. I didn't actually want to skip it because I was afraid I might miss text or something. But I was looking for that. I don't want to ask another question thing. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making lunch better or worse. You flicked the strawberry wrapper at him. The wrapper hit Cove on the nose. You had to bite down on your lip to keep from laughing. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile that made you feel a little lighter inside.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Oh my god, dude, you literally just said you wouldn't embarrass him. Cove covered his face with his hands, and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
The puberty voice, you can hear it. Why would you say that? Thanks, we are cute together. Nah, I would have just, I don't know, I'd blush. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that. Everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in so long. I ate at like 4. It's like almost an hour from midnight. Oh my god. I'm hungry. Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you please explain why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, Bobby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact with the words. He spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward, not to miss anything else, her eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts he had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year. That you were coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me to... Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cove's eyes began to shake. His frustration... I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands out in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted each other Clifford surprise. What? They have the same expression right now with the squinted eyes. Because they're both tense. They have the similar expression. Oh my god. Referring to that Clifford surprise almost caught both you and Cove to crack a smile. You almost had no idea what his name... You almost had no idea his name wasn't Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, She smoothed her hair out, not letting go her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I just miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Must stop. I'm sorry, sweetie. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If they don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission. Through a tone of seriousness, did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too?
No.
Oh my god, that was so loud. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Lee. What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's hard to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what your neighbor thinks of you. Oh, shit, bro. Shut. You can't be sorry. Hey, yo. Mom. She ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down the tape to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. Oh my god, hey yo! He's so handsome! He's handsome! He let his hair down. Oh my god. King. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family! And Lee too. Cliff. Dad. Oh my god. Dude, at least Cove, give him a hug, man. Dad, what the... The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. I look at step 2 Cliff and my only thought, he looks like Apollo. Whomst? Hello? Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Blah. Okay, have a nice night, late. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone very well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for you, not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. That's cute. I don't know, what time is it? 11:20? Oh my god, it's late. Oopsies. Oh my god. It's so late already. I mean, he looks like Apollo from the Percy Jackson official art. Oh my... I mean, I guess. Is this my birthday or his birthday? Because I haven't had my birthday yet. What should I do the DLCs or should I wait until next stream? Because last stream I did like the main story and then like 3 or 5 DLCs. And then this stream I did the rest of the DLCs. But I want to do DLCs. I bought all these DLCs. Well, I'm tempted. I'm gonna do the DLCs. Whatever. Wave. I mean, you know. The family shopping trip that had lasted most of the morning. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards the house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, DLCs, red tomatoes, and a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Oh, she's so pretty. Ma came out Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, Lee? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. No, I've got it. No, I've got it. You were doing fine. No, I got it. You could manage to hold it. You eagerly agreed and not with a nod in your head. You needed someone else to say. Yeah, I didn't say anything. I finished the job. With a quiet grunt, you heaved the bag up a little higher to get a better hold on it. Continue your trek past Ma into the house. You set the bag on the corner. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents of the sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Careful.
Ooh! You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry! I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad jokes as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shop center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, glazing at the clear blue expensive. It's too hot. I like it when it's summer. No, I never really liked rainy days. I feel like everybody loves rainy days, but no, I do not like rainy days. Days like today are my favorite. Ma smiled at you, her amber eyes glinting with affection. You and your sister are a lot alike in that way, and me too. You gave her a familiar look, but eventually you turned back to help her with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed Mom wave over to Cove, who had just exited his front door. His surfboard popped up under one arm. Oh, he's surfing! Let me see. Surfboard and a sweatsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Oh, look at him in his tiny little wetsuit. I like the rain, but mainly because of how uncommon it is where I live. That makes sense. Cove instantly startled, not realizing your family was also out there, even though your mom was the one who called out. You were the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. Cove stayed on the side of the driveway, giving a small wave and greeting. After a moment or two deliberation, he jogged over to properly say hello to you and your moms. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing even clumsier. I live in a desert, so we don't get much rain. Is nice, except the cold and wet aspects. Nah, bro. I live in headspace where literally it could be the middle of the summer and we would get snow for no fucking reason. And then the next day it would be hot. It would be crazy hot. Literally the next day. It doesn't make any sense. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing even clumsier. Try not to touch my eyeliner, but my eyes be goopy. Careful with that thing. You'll pop someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it. Pam, please go easy on him. Cove winced. He wasn't a big fan of attention under normal circumstances. So this particular moment, he was probably wishing he could be invisible. I've never seen snow IRL. It's on my bucket list to beach. Man, snow is kind of weird, bro. I used to live really close near like Canada and stuff, and it would snow like crazy. I'm not telling you exactly where because I don't want to say it. Hope you understand. Don't mind her, honey. How are you today? I'm alright. Just gonna go surf. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a little when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity all came back as soon as you said something. Oh my god, my eyes. My eyes be goopy, but it's also just glasses. Over time. Wow, reading. I haven't read this much in a long time. Wow. At least I haven't played a visual novel this much in a long time. Snow's really cool. Snow's pog. He relaxed a little when Ma... Oh my god, why is my eyes still messed up like this? Please, I'm trying to play the game. But the rigidity all came back as soon as you said something. Hey, Lee. He met your eyes and almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. If you want to go to the beach, we could hang out there later. You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. I really like the sun. Like really hot kind of weather. Summer. I was born in summer, so that's why. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. He looks so happy. My goal is to have a moment where I sit by the snow wrapped in a blanket and hot cocoa and watch the snow fall down. That moment. Everybody wants that beautiful moment. Just those like cliche moments where you could sit by a window with the snow, hot cocoa. I don't know, man. Some of the best moments I've ever had with like comfort and stuff is just laying on the bed. All like millions of blankets, pillows, and stuffed animals, but having the sun open, the window open with the sun shining on the bed. That's so comfortable. That must have been more enthusiastic than he had intended because he immediately quieted down. You're not done unloading, right? I can help. No. Why does she say it like that? This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Lee can catch up as soon as she's finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yep, bye for now. Cove headed down to the beach with a more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself as the thought that you'd be joining him soon. Sun is great. I'm from Phoenix, so I've become quite acquainted to it. Phoenix. I went there for a convention once, the best convention of my life. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Ma. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lenny? Shush is different. Ma's face broke into some grin. In what way? I'm being supportive and he can't hear it. Ma full on laugh that time. You're the worst of us when it comes to this. Honestly, I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Something, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, but they simply chuckled something before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Phoenix? Y'all are from Phoenix? Well, I was born in Texas. I can say that at least. I am very accustomed to hot weather. I am Texas girl. You had a surfboard in your room that you want to take with you. Your family had a surfboard around here. You weren't sure what you were going to do. He was surfing, and you didn't know how. No, I didn't know how. Is he gonna like teach me if I take a surfboard? No, I genuinely don't know how to surf. You said the same thing to your parents. While Ma laughed a little, Mom gave you a smile.
Well,
You'll just have to go there and see what happens. Cole must have been so excited to invite you there that he forgot you don't surf. Or he's hoping you'll go watch him so he can show off. Oh yes, I used to do that. I know, hun. I experienced Lee's situation firsthand. I was stuck on the shore too. You noticed what I was doing. Yes, after the very first time. It's not a subtle move. How embarrassing. I was still impressed.
aw.
These guys are flirting in front of me. Shut up. Wow, Mom. What are you still doing here? Go on, have your fun. You're only young once, but don't do anything I wouldn't have. Okay. After your parents' prodding, you hurried to leave the house and headed down to the beach. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lunch full of the ocean air and felt your olive skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small step nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. Must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to the sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here.
Leo.
He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was gonna go on my own soon. It kind of seemed like you weren't coming. Nah, sorry. I wouldn't have missed it. Sorry I had to wait and stay inside all day. I don't think so. Sorry you had to wait. You have to say that. It's okay. He cast his eyes out towards the waves. What am I supposed to do while you surf? I'll stay here and watch you surf. I'll go find. I'll stay here and watch you surf.
Oh.
You were spread out. You're ready to spread out your towel and take it easy.
Don't worry about it.
I don't have to go all out. I'll stay with you on the shore. Or if you want, you could use my other boards. I could teach you. Yeah. Let's try surfing. Let's do it. Let's surf. Cool. It was settled. Cole left up the shore and then returned with an extra board under his arm in no time at all. You paddled out onto the sea where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Oh my god, he looks so cool. What is that thing? What is that? Oh, that's a surfboard. Oh my god, we're at an angle. My bad. I thought he was looking at us. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It's perfect today. He smiled at you and couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Coke hit the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry, did that hit you? Sorry. You could tell he really did feel bad that you got caught in the crossfire. I splashed him back. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him.
Seriously?
Is that any way to treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you. And I was just following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. Then here's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He used his full leg and an impressive current of water to hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep hold of the board. You just managed to stay on, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some more water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you the tips. Oh, I like this song. This is probably my favorite like song that they have in like the soundtrack or the background music. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks on how to stay on a surfboard. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you needed to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. Yep, just like that. The lesson continued and You kind of struggled. It was disastrous. I haven't swam in so long. It was disastrous. You could scarcely stand on a motionless board without falling right back off. Cove still supported you regardless. Occasionally he reached out and touched you. Occasionally he reached out and touched you to more directly help you get positions right. It felt really nice. But if you acknowledged you noticed his touch at all, he would instantly pull away. Since you weren't truly ready for it, Cove never pushed you to start taking on full waves, which meant he didn't either. Instead, he stuck by your side in calmer seas to assist you with practice. There's no disappointment on his face over how things played out. Even if you hadn't reached the point of doing any real serious surfing yet, it was still a lot of fun to do. Many laughs were shared between the two of you. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you looked away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you shouldn't get out of the water before it was completely dark and sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cole followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel and started drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadow around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two, as you both joined the sight for a moment. Cole broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, perfect for surfing. He nodded mildly. I have no idea what I don't know what kind of waves are perfect for surfing, but if he says so, he says so. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rimmed sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over, not yet. He scowled into the distance, as if the sun exiting in the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I wanna go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salty water, so you weren't sure what alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lunge his surfboard around either. Oh my god. These like, I can't say these responses, right? You'll be really cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. Like, chill out. You think a 13-year-old would say something like that direct? Oh my god. Well, I need to call it a night. Yeah, I want to do something too. We'll be sure to welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. Yeah, I want to do something too. Cove nodded with a smile. Then he looked down at the shore with wide shining eyes. There's at least one place that is always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only kid there was a chance. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought up the idea to Cove, and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is there a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. I'll tag along. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though he didn't take care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. I'm so much more forward in this game than I would ever be IRL. I'm trying to treat it like IRL. Like, I feel like even if I was like playing this on my own and not being realistic, I would not be so direct. I would be so nervous being so direct. He's just so cute, flustered. I bet, man. He's cute. You stuffed everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. Wow. As a final touch, Cove plucked his glasses off the beach and put them on his face. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over the top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground. He pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You were still short enough to use the monkey bars yourself. Sometimes being tiny had its perks. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up, though. Up and through. Then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. I'll join him on the monkey bars. Stood nearby, took a seat on the swings. No, I'd be scared going on top of the monkey bars right now. I'll take a seat on the swings. You sat right down on the free seat. Started swinging your legs. First slowly, but then you added more power to your kicks. Air rushed past your face and roughed your hair. You built up enough momentum to let it carry you. It was a lazy arc. Not high or fast, perfect for having a conversation. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. He's right. Oh, I was like, who? Right. It's true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was gonna be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
Oh my god, I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come out to this stupid place. You're taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. I was like, what? Don't scare me like that. Oh my god, one Jeremy is enough. That's not nice. That's not really nice. Funny, but not nice. You don't have to tease him. Nah, we copying. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around the old park. I did my first playthrough as if it was actually me, aka anxious, very awkward, and sitting. But after that time, I made basically OCs that I've been playing with him since I cannot anymore. That's understandable. You looked around the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt, how much his joke was just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been as much of his choice. Moving had never been his choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? I know you don't think it's dumb. No, I'm gonna ask him. Do you actually like the neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that, Lee? Cove kicked his looks carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. I like it too. Well, at least one person likes it here. You nodded wordlessly. Of course, I'm here after all. You have the best thing in the city. I can't want that. I mean, this isn't that straightforward, but it's like, man, I can't say that. This, you got me nervous. I like it too. The contented feeling fell between the two of you. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted for a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You stopped moving your legs and stood when the swing slowed down. The chains rattled and the swing smacked you a bit. Its energy not entirely spent. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw a towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began to trick up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remember when you were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And what if you came home after dark? Well, your mom and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made expressed how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. This song is peaceful. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Lee. Yeah. Bye. It was nice seeing you. It's definitely an interesting experience. Yeah. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved, and both of you turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. I'm sorry. This is so cute. This game. Okay. Is there one I should leave for last, or one I should ones I should do really badly? I don't know if I want to go in order. Since I have all of them, I feel like I want to just click anywhere, but at the same time I don't wanna. Growing, family, dinner, road trip, mall, birthday, summer work, skit. I want to do birthday, but I want to kind of leave that for last. That's the one I kind of want to leave for last. Let's just go in order. I can't choose. Growing. Earlier one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner... Not this step. I don't think you need to finish this one with a specific one. Okay, that's good to know. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could get, as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and your sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. Oh, I like growing. It's usually the one I prefer to start with. Oh, really? Okay, well then, we on it. You specifically were... lying spread eagle on the carpet, sitting cross-legged on the floor, perched on the arm. I'd be sitting cross-legged on the floor. You looked you looked outside the windows of the backyard. Not that there was anything of particular interest to watch. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calves with one hand. I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetie. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Mom's amazement. I'd rather be my height forever than dealing with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffed loudly and wiped her tear, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head, even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys. It was just hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. You just want to hear tea. We're just always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way. No way. I'm not talking to my moms about that. Ma's jaw dropped. Oh, jeez. And she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her cheek. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Ma snorted at her own joke, while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled up her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking steps 2 at a time. Your mom stared at her and then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk.
Well,
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watch them tilt her with some surprise. Obviously, your moms like women. Obviously, your moms liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Oh wait, Mom and Ma. Okay, this one's Ma. Today was the first time you heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only like ladies. You like guys too. Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that she'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. Bye, Mom. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma, these guys are flirting again in front of me. Ma's smile turned into soft in the corners like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek slightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheeks, their hand remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Yeah, no, Ellie's fine. I thought, yeah. It's so cool. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Aww.
These guys are flirting in front of me. Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek. She had been pinching before. You were cringing. The parents were embarrassing. You slouched down as if that would hide you from sight. Why were parents like that? Ma looked at you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. But I was gonna say, if they're literally pinching Elizabeth's little cheeks when it comes to romance, they're gonna absolutely come to me, bro. They already know. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you after all. See, what am I saying? You guys, I swear. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Like, bruh. I wish they were my parents IRL, for real. Ma shook her head and elbowed Mom. Oh, Mom shook her head but elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Milder. He blushed freely. Also, eyebrow her. I don't have someone. Yeah, that's true. Ma. I don't know. I would just be like, bruh. Ma only giggled and smiled, not looking a least bit apologetic. There's no rush. Of course, you can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't you think you'll have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either? Life's nice like that. You can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out. We may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic. At least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest... what is that word? Scathing? Hello? Look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks, you nodded silently. You shrugged. You don't have to worry about it. I'd rather pass on all that.
It's no trouble.
Of course, we just want to make sure you knew. That's why we're here. Ma let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, and now you lead. You have to grow up. Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly absorbed their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as one cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way upstairs. They're probably like, oh shit. We scared both our daughters away. So you let us sigh once you stepped out into your room. It was just as sweltering as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet across the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed it by. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You're definitely growing all right. It was weird to think about how you were now in comparison to what you were, to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, I don't know. Was getting some muscle, slender, heavy side kind of. This is why I like this one. You can establish things about the MC, which doesn't matter much when you play by yourself. But if you're making up new characters, like I do for most playthroughs, it's fun. Sheesh, going strong. Yeah, it's 12. It is midnight for me. I just... Oh, wait. At birth, you were assigned female. Oh, this is so cool. This is cool. Oh my god. At birth, you were assigned female, and oh my god, this is very into it. What the hell? This one. See? Yeah. You tried to imagine what your adult self might be like. This is so cool. This is like really into it. You reached over and massaged your scar with one hand, staring intently at the mirror. By now, you knew that it was there to stay. Are you talking about my scar on my arm from like step 1? You remembered that? Hello? You took a step backward, finished your impromptu inspection, Speaking of which, I'm gonna go to bed. I need to wake up early tomorrow. Oh, good night. Thank you for staying, broski. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered. This one. It took you a moment to realize you were frowning at yourself. You glanced away from the mirror. Your head shook roughly, putting thoughts of what were turning on your mind. It wasn't time to focus on such things. You had to find something else to do in this heat. You shuffled to your bed, collapsing on the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly to your annoyance. Possible ideas about what to do were far and few between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call to you from downstairs. Oh, let me save here, by the way. Shoot. Save occasionally. Lee, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that all right? You perked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You need to go downstairs soon anyways, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw your mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hips against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Because it does help establish some stuff about the MC. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. I know he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Lee to behave badly, I think we can both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Lee to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she'd make then?
Yes.
Y'all remember that runaway thing? So oh my god. Yes, we can, Pamela. Lee would do whatever Cove wanted.
Lonnie.
Bruh. Your ma giggled freely at Mom's reaction. You worry too much about those two together. Look, all I'm saying is that I haven't forgotten the time when they were kids and tried to run away together. There's a time they snuck out in the middle of the night when Cove was supposed to sleep over. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah, that's right. I thought that was from this step. I was like, when did they find out? Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well.
Oh.
I didn't expect you to come down already. Lee, I just want to let you know what was happening. I'm gonna call you out. Well, if I hadn't come down now, I would have never heard everything you said.
Pam.
Oh, you got caught, Pam. Dialect changes based on your choices during the runaway moment. But I didn't know that about the sleepover. What? Yeah, because I guess I feel like there might have been an option to let Cove, to convince Cove to stay home. But I was like, if he feels uncomfortable, then you can go back home. So I was like, let's sneak out and go back home, and I'm gonna escort you to your house. But of course, he was like, hey, yo, my dad knows. He stays up. He's an easy person to wake up. What? You were saying things too. I didn't say anything. I would have told Lee directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered what they had been discussing. All right. There is. You just sleep together on the floor like cuties. I didn't even know that. I was like, maybe he seems uncomfortable. I'm just gonna let him go home. I don't want to make him uncomfortable, especially if he's like, eh. All right. You got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying all that about your friend. I can't be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Ma sighed in mock defeated and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock at the door a few minutes later. Hey! When you got up and answered it, it was your neighbor standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a wave, with the low five on his shoulder, and yeah, when I did mine, I convinced him to stay. I didn't know you could convince him. I was like, man, I just feel really bad leaving him, letting him stay. Okay, well, I feel like this is okay. I feel comfortable with a hug. You stiffened your arms, then relaxed a second later. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all these years. Hey. His voice was cracked as he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was just how he usually reacted when you were close by. Cove sighed, whipped at his face a bit. You noted the sheer of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned space, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. Something going on? Why'd you want to come over? I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely at the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Hey, you thought that was really sweet. How'd you know I was doing nothing? Maybe I had plans. You nodded. That made sense to you. I was thinking the same exact thing. No, I thought it was sweet. His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you in a strange sort of way, which was usually the case with Cove. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have had lunch. Didn't have breakfast this morning. Oh, sheesh. Then let's cook. Let's eat together. Yeah, I can get like that sometimes too. You should really eat properly. You didn't eat? Then you gotta have something now. Great, we can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. Are we gonna cook some together as one? You headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you plan to decide on the outside layers first. There's a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread. Y'all have like that much bread? Do we only have like I don't know, bread? There's more than one. I know there's more than one bread, but I don't know what type of bread I have. Probably like white or wheat. I only eat the same bread as everybody else in my house.
Hey.
Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reach for the mixed grades. Bread royalty. No, these guys are rich. What the heck? If you can afford that much bread, what the? You're rich if you can afford more than one type of bread. What? You reached for the mixed grains and made your decision. The peanut buckets, cinnamon swirl bread. Nah, I'm eating a cinnamon swirl. You pulled out the cinnamon swirl bread too, setting both items on the counter. Then you had to decide what the main direction the sandwich would go in. Sweeter style of sandwich, a truly savory style of sandwich. Savory. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific ingredients, wow, this is a lot. Avocados. Oh, there's a lot. Oh my god. Avocados, ham slices, your peppers. I keep thinking about the Angels of Death dude that's like, I want to see your beautiful peppers. Your beautiful, beautiful peppers. And then moved on to condiments. Let's see. Hot salt and pepper ranch. Where's the ketchup? Well, they live in a condo in the beach town in California. I can manage to make quite a lot of money by default. Oh, that's true. I kind of forget that these guys live in a condo in the beach town of California. Wait, no, they're in Hawaii, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they're in Hawaii. I feel like I remember somebody saying something about the Hawaiian lifestyle. Was it? I swear these guys are in Hawaii. If not, I'm gonna be tripping. Mustard, mayonnaise, pesto, hot sauce, salt. No. Do I have to pick one? I guess mayonnaise. And that was everything. You nodded yourself. Dude, I made an awful sandwich. What did I put? The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you need for your individual sandwiches. No, it's California. Noel is native Hawaii. Oh, that Noel's a native Hawaiian. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. You're focused intently on I was like, I swear I heard something about Hawaii. You focused intently on assembling your own food for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich mixed on grain bread. That sounded great. Maybe you have one for yourself a different time. Curiosity stated you turned your plate and finished your own creation. They stayed in step 3? Oh, well then I'm not at step 3 yet. Maybe that's why I'm tripping. By the time you were done, Cove, this is like my first playthrough, blind playthrough. I've never played this game. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged on the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him at least. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. The two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom, which balancing your food on the plates, nothing fell. So it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. I know you're not the person. Oh, wait. No, you're good. No, y'all are good. No worries about it. It's all vibing. We're all vibing. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and then hummed happily. The sandwich was really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and stared at your own sandwich. Scrunch up your face. It did not turn out as expected. Well, there's no ketchup. I don't even remember what did I make? I just kind of pick random things that I liked with I put cinnamon bread with like ham. Would that taste good? I don't know. I don't know if cinnamon breaded. this with mayonnaise. No, I switched up. This did not turn out as expected. Unfortunately, you were having regrets about the content you created. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every move was sluggish. Sounds cursed. I thought it would taste good. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah. Yeah, like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? You laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. Yeah, neither of you had energy for something more taxing. Sure, why not? You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and a scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back and made more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping half slice of his sandwich in his left. Oh, can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began to sketch the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped at the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper and up at your face, then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on a paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. Oh, what's this? 334? You peered over. Behold, the other reason I love this moment. What is it, though? His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. First 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter one letter of the alphabet. Oh, enter one letter of the alphabet. I'm using the keyboard. Well, let's start with the traditional A. Haha, you got one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching it. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I didn't know I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that.
Oh.
Poor show. Playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off in the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I felt like it's a kind of crime-solving drama. BuzzFeed Unsolved. That's my guess. Cove nodded. That doesn't even work. Why would I guess that? Cove nodded sleepily. His eyes closed and opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on an open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was this woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence. The both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined the laughter anyways. 2011 double speed unsolved doesn't exist yet. Yeah. No.
I don't know.
Me neither. And I just saw it. Enter one letter of the alphabet. A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y. E. Good guess. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. This is a tragedy. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. I'll charge you rent then. You can be my new roomie if you want. Looks like we'll both be stuck forever then. I'm sticky too. No way, I'll peel you off if I have to. He smiled. No, I'm charging you rent. How much? $50. Can't afford that. Well, you gotta pay up if you want to stick around. Cove shook his head at your terrible pun and went back to the game instead of answering further. Then you returned to the game. A, E, I? I'm guessing I. What would... I've never seen a word with A at the beginning. And? No, A, E... A blank E? It's already 12 in the morning. Oh my god, this game is just addicting. A and an E. A, E, A, and? No, A. I don't know. A, I think I. A, I? No, I'm sorry. No, sorry, I'm gonna start adding to the person. No! Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Everybody says that. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then. I've always wondered about that. I'll have to look at it later. It's a really old game. No one's sure where the name came from. Court trials. Cove raised a spectacle brow. You bit back a laugh and feigned seriousness. If you got it right, then you were innocent. They'll let you go, but if you got it wrong, they killed you. He shuddered at your eerie explanation before rejecting it outright.
No way.
That's terrible and not real. You chuckled to yourself and went back to the creepy game. Cause of it anyways, despite the very bad. I first started playing this game when I was sick. Yeah, I wound up staying until 3 a.m. because of it anyways, despite that being a very day. No, dude, I started streaming like, how many hours has it been? It's been 5 hours. 5 hour stream! 5 hours! In 16 minutes. I see it in the, oh my god, it's been that long. Let's not pay attention to how long I've been streaming. What letter should I put? What if we... Okay, L. That's a point for me. No! By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you're getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with a false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again? Because you were stuck on the floor. Can you see how I dumped over 100 hours in this game the first 2 weeks I had it? Hello, 100? That's true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Help! What letter should I add to the alphabet? What letter should I add to the alphabet? Help. Backseat. The Hangman game. Because I'm so clueless. I only know like A, E, I, O, U, but he said I didn't work. I and L didn't work, so I'm like looking around my room to see if I can find anything to put a letter for. I don't want to mess it up. I don't know how many times I'll have this. R? Okay. Oh, the R. You are love? I'm trying to think about this because we're both on crush status. And I'm trying. What? You are. Swag? No, that doesn't count. You. Yep, that's right. Okay, so it has to be you. Yeah, you. You're really close. You. Oh, huh? What is this? This is so cheesy, but I'm so. What? You are. You eat. Ooh. Oh, over. Oh, no. You are. Bro, I love this game so much. I support them on Patreon. I will have to support them on Patreon soon, too. I'm trying to. No way. You are Cove? No, that's you. No. That's a you. So I can see every update and sneak peeks. What should I... Sadly, I don't have money. I would too if I could. I would too if I could. Often. I want to try like supporting them, but oh my god. You are. Ooh e. It's not Cove. You are. Can't think. I can't. I feel like I'm gonna lose it at this point. You are ooh e. Ooh. No way. That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh, that's cute. I'm cringing, but at the same time, I'm like so flattered. You are cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long settling on. You stared at it. I'm a 20-year-old who hasn't had my first job because self-esteem so low against myself interviews. No, I just turned in my first resume for a job the other day, and I'm so nervous about it, man. A few correct letters in. You had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach after seeing it, clear as day on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. You have no right to be blushing, trying to say something like that. Get off. Bam. He had trouble meeting your sharp gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. The next few words left him in a mumble.
What do
you mean? Oh my god. It was all I could think of at that time. Yeah, you covered your face bashfully. You gave him a playful shove in disbelief. You stayed where you were, unable to move. You fell backwards onto the floor from your feet. You wrapped your arms around him. Hello? Oh my god. I don't know. I would be like, hello? Suddenly you had trouble meeting his eyes too. Your hands came up to hide your flushed features from his sight. You didn't say anything? No, you're cute, bro. I'm not gonna be able to hug. Hug? I couldn't do hug, bro. I don't... I feel nervous about doing hug. Thank you. I can't believe you. Damn, Cove. You let a small squeak. I don't know. Oh my god. Thank you. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started to feel more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. What? I really think you're... See, this would fit the situation. For once, I'm pretty, like, feeling okay with the option. Oh my god. I would hug him IRL TBH, mostly because I can't put how I feel into words and how low-key touched are. I don't know what I would say. Do you mean it? Do you think I'm cute? Cove didn't crack a smile or tell you he was joking. He just firmly kept his gaze. Yeah. Finally, he broke the eye contact. Whoa, wait, did the beat change or something? Or am I just noticing this theme now? No, this changed. I swear I haven't heard this before. Or if I have, I'm just going nuts because of the scene. Finally, he broke eye contact. I've heard some point... Oh, wait. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whatever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way. Not for everybody. I'm more of a joker when it comes to lovey-dovey type stuff. Oh my god. Maybe I have to grow up a bit more. But at least with... He waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't gonna keep talking. You frowned a little disappointed. You wished that he continued with what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought. If the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication, but the expression was quick to disappear, he peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, but what about you? What kind of person do you like? He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? You were starting to have a physical attraction in a general way. Establishing more things for the MC. This is cool that they establish things throughout the DLCs. Or not through the DLCs, but through the regular ones. You only seem to feel physical attraction in specific occasions and situations. You didn't have a physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest physically in other people. There's the only one person. You're starting to have a romantic attraction in a general way. You only seem to feel romantic attraction in specific cases and situations. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in people romantically. This stream is 5 out of 2. No, yeah. We're about to hit 5:30. 5 hours, 30 minutes. There's only one person you'd ever have romantic feelings for. I think this option's good. But specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys, you found them attractive, you thought you'd be happy to be with a guy someday. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought being with a guy. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with a guy. Where's my boy Derek? Is he okay drinking his Gatorade? We actually haven't seen Derek since the last time you were here, Gabby, so you're fine. I've been waiting for him to show up. You generally weren't interested in guys, but there was special exceptions. Yeah, I think you found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a guy someday. I'm back. I'm glad to see you back, Gabby. You weren't physically interested. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with a guy. I mean, I'm bi, but I don't know what one is for. Nothing speaks out to me. Not me accidentally making all my characters demi-romantic and demisexual every time, like me. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a guy someday. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with a guy. Either one of these ones. Freak, you better be fine. I'm also stuck on caps. Hold on. Oh my god. I think I'll just do this one. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a guy someday. But you hadn't thought about being with a guy. I guess this one. And how you felt towards girls. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a girl someday. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with a girl. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with a girl. You weren't interested in girls. You generally weren't interested in girls, but there were special exceptions. Oh no, I found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a girl someday. For people who aren't exclusively male or female. Oh, they're all the same options though. Okay, you found them attractive. You thought goes very deep into MC. Like, oh, I love it. You found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be something non-binary someday. You found them attractive. You hadn't thought. Physically interested. No, you weren't interested. Generally weren't interested. No, I found them attractive. You thought I might be happy to see someone binary someday. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. I'll speak. He listened intently. Oh! Why he look like that? Why does he look like that? You listen. This game is very customizable. No, yeah, this is crazy customizable. I love it. He listened intently, taking every word as he tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. Then he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out playing Hangman, but it was good, I think. I think so too. You shrugged. It was awkward. The conversation had a mind its own. No, I think so too. Cove chuckled a little bashfully, glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you ever read any new books recently? Yeah, I'm actually really glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that. It felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove. Oh my god! With some minor complaints. You stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. Look at how much he's grown. I'm so proud of you. No, he's grown so much. You glanced at your window briefly, taking in the soft reds and pinks and the purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turns to you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than it is in here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside one after the other, your destination being familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool on your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. Yeah, I do too. You do? That's surprising, you said jokingly. Your opinion sure has changed when you first were on this hill. You quietly enjoyed the moment. Nah, I do too. Cove smiled, tendrils of his hair dancing with the wind. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again.
Leo.
Okay, I'm glad I met you, Lee. You're really important to me, you know. Aw. You blushed at the statement. I feel the same. It's so nice of you to say. You smiled silently. You're being too sweet. You're special to me, Cove. Nah, let's just say I feel the same. Your voice came out equally delicate from the way his features brightened, though you knew he heard you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand. Without another word. Oh my god. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. That ended off so cutely. The little like, oh my god, I'm gonna take a nap. It's been fun even though I've been on. No, thank you for joining, Gammy Cat. I hope to see you next stream. I'm probably gonna end here, not gonna lie. But like the little Hangman game was so cute. That was definitely such a good scene. That was such a good scene. Save it. I think I'm gonna end there and save the rest of the DLCs for last because my voice is all scratchy, bro. My voice is so scratchy. Oh, I almost clicked in somewhere ended. Thank God they have like a double check. Okay, let's quit for now. I'm really glad you liked it. No, I really liked it. That was so cute. That was so cute. I'm so happy I brought this up to you. No, I'm so happy you did. That was so cute. I'm joining the Discord. Night, y'all. Yeah, join the Discord if you haven't. Join the Discord. I'm like trying to keep like these things. I wish I had like the way to put the Discord, or I mean the YouTube icon instead of the name. You'll always see me. I'll be staring at a screen with a Capri Sun in hand and my fun facts journal. You cannot escape me. Please. I swear, Gabby, you're so cool. Oh my god, but no, that game, god. I'm sad that I'm ending it, but I have to because like I'm literally gonna because oh my god, it's so hard. I cannot speak. Oh my god, but no, the game was so cute. I really loved that second one that we played. The little hangman was just so cute. Eddie held our hand of his own accord. He did that. That was cute. They're growing up. They're 13. I'm not trying to push it. There's some options there that are like, you trying to hug Cove, you trying to tell Cove he's cute, and I'm like, no, I wasn't. There was no way I would have done that as a 13-year-old. But I mean, hugs and stuff are okay. Hugs and stuff I did all the time. I still do all the time. But no, that's so cute. That's so cute. I loved it. I loved it. Some hand holding. They're not even married. Unspeakable, bruh. No. They're not even married. Oh my god. But yeah, as always, this is someone to watch. Thanks for playing it. Yeah, thank you for being here. If you're still here, oh my god, this is a 5-hour stream. Like, geez. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it a lot. I have a Discord server if you want to join. Subscribe if you want. I mean, I have my streams all uploaded. Like, I usually upload my streams. I try to upload them like Sunday or Saturday, all of them. So if you want to like, put a reminder for anyone that you find interesting, go ahead. Or you could just sub and wait for them all to show up. But thank you. And I just realized, thank you for 107 subs too, because I just realized I hit it. I'm happy. I'm growing the good old space goal amount. Here, look at this. Let me update it. Oh shoot, 21 there. Look at that. What is, oh my god, I can't do math. Pull up the thing. 200 minus 170. 30. Oh, I'm 30 subs away from 200. It is done. I've joined. I see you. Thank you for joining. I see you on the little Discord server. I hope you like it. Oh my god, this is so cute. Glad I came. Yeah, next week I'm gonna be doing the same thing. It's probably gonna be Angels of Death on Monday. Angels of Death on Monday. What am I saying? Wednesday I'm gonna be doing Our Life again, except I'm gonna be playing the rest of the DLCs and hopefully getting into step 3. And then Friday I think I'm just gonna be doing whatever. I don't know yet. I haven't planned that far. Oh my god, I've been in almost every stream for a month. That's the most dedication I've ever been to a streamer. I was gonna ask Gammy, you're literally always there. I love it. You're fun to be around. No, you, bro. You're so much fun. I love your fun facts and your casual caprice on every stream. It's always so much fun. It's just so good. It's always such a vibe with y'all. I swear. Sometimes it can get a little messy. Lately, it's been getting a little like messy, so I've been having to like add rules and stuff. But no, y'all that are usually here, all of the usual people, all the cool people, y'all are such a vibe. I love it. It makes this really fun to do. There's sometimes where I get really exhausted, but no matter what, it's still always so much fun because I know that there's gonna be people here like usual, and it's just wow. Oh wow, we be chilling. I'm glad y'all be chilling. Though you might not see me. Nah, you good. We're all vibing here. Oh, nah, we good. We're all vibing. It is a vibe here. I love it. Man, I want to increase my stream like setup because I have a decent mic. I like my camera that I'm working with, but I still want other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Nah, though you might not see me typing, but I'm still watching. No, yeah, I appreciate you. I know that most people when they see live streams and stuff, they don't type. They're not active in chat stuff, but the fact that they're still there watching is still very important. I'm surprised you're streaming at YouTube instead of Twitch. Okay, I'll be honest. I did not like the Twitch sort of thing. I really liked archiving my streams, and I don't know. I like keeping series, so I was like, Also, you have 1.7. Oh my god, it changed. I swear. I wish there was like a thing where I could just add one instead of having to like reset this every time. There you go. Oh my god, that's so cool. But no, I didn't like the way Twitch had things set up, so I decided to switch over to YouTube because I like having, where you can go back and look at my streams, and I'll have a playlist of every time I streamed a certain game or something. You don't really keep track of that with Twitch. You just kind of see where they're there. I think you'll have 1K subs at the end of the year, probably. If I can have 1K subs at the end of the year, I'd be so happy. Yeah, yeah, I type because I want to engage in combos. Well, I like talking to people. Yeah, I like talking to people too. That's kind of why I started streaming, because I love talking to people and I love talking in general. I could go on and on. I have a very extroverted personality, and I wanted to stream to begin with anyway. So it was just like another reason why I should do it, and why, you know, it can be really fun. But no, if I could get 1K subs at the end of the year, that would be amazing. That'd be so much fun. If I could get 1K subs by like the time I finish, by the time Omori came out, December, like, what is it, 25th, I'd be so happy. Meanwhile, I got Skeleton Horse in the Realm as well. Cool. Oh, nice. Let's go. But that'd be really cool. I'm growing at like a cool pace, which I love. It's so cool. But yeah, I should probably end it. My voice is like dying right now. Lol, I can't talk IRL. I swear, I always get nervous and stutter. No, you're good. You're vibing, bro. You're vibing. We're all vibing. I get it. But oh my god, I mean, sub if you want, like the stream if you want, you know, join the Discord if you want. I mean, that'd be cool. I like seeing introductions because it's cool, and I also put a lot of you know, Discord server be pog. I like it. I am always on there. At least I can act cool here, lol, with my Omori jokes. No, dude, I can't with the Omori jokes. But yeah. That's all I have. Next stream. Oh my god, my voice is. Next stream on Friday. I'm really excited for that one because it's Before Your Eyes, which, you know, when Before Your Eyes is so cool. I love that game. I'm like excited to play it. I already know I'm gonna love it because I know it's a really emotional game and it's a really good storytelling game, but it uses your camera to track when you blink, and it's called Before Your Eyes. You know, what else can you expect? That it's gonna, like, whenever you blink, the scene is gonna change from what I know. I'm really, really excited to try it, and I can't wait to see you there. I hope to see you there. The blinky one. Yes, the blinky one. When you get 1K subs by the end but get more, that'd be nutty. If I got more than 1K, I'd be so happy. That'd be just crazy. But I'm excited for that one. I hope y'all can join me for Friday for that one, because I'd love to see you there. But I guess that's it for now. Wow. Dun, dun. No, if I get popular, my chat will probably go nuts, but be clogged. Yeah, that's true. I've had some streams where I can't keep up with like chat and stuff, but I mean, I like the pace I'm growing at. You know what I'm saying? It's not a really big pace, but it's going. You know, I like where I'm kind of going at right now. The same pace. I don't think I'll get big at all. If I do hit 1K, that'd be crazy, but I think it'll be like this for a while, so don't worry about it. But anyways, I hope you've had fun. I got to go because my voice is cracking. But good night. I'll see you on Friday. Bye.